پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپیده دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood, and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or waste chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, we said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. Meet the crown prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's with your hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
غرق انقلاب است.
فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و هنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بپرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. جهان آفرین تا جهان آفرین نیاورد جز مهر و نیکی پری بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی زمین دار و گفتار و کردار نیک همیشه پری پاید آزارنی چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است مهین سرزمین اهورایی است دلم میکند هر دم آهنگ تو که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد ملی بوم و بر زنده یک چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس از ایران زداید نشان بدی برافروزد آن پره ایزدی سپربند کند بزم ناپاک را کند بارور از هنر خاک را هنر دانش و رامش و شادی است هماهنگی و صلح و آزادی است چو ایران نباشد تن من مباد یکی بوم و بر زنده یک تن نباد
Good morning, Patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 24 of Iran Revolution Live with your hosts, the amazing Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic, and of course myself, Goldie Gamari from The Goldie Show. Great to have you with us, guys. We have so much information and so much updates to give to you today. Armin, so literally last night, 10 minutes after let me change the banner here. So 10 minutes after I ended the live stream, King Reza Pahlavi put out a new message. Did you know that?
Yes.
So
It's
definitely,
like so many people were sending it everywhere. Yeah,
it's a big one.
Yeah.
It's a big one, and
it's a
guys-
threat. It's a threat.
It's a threat. You're exactly right. It's a threat. It's a threat. But guys, more than that, we also have a very, very special guest with us today. I'm going to bring him up on the stage as well. Guys, this is Potipto. That's, of course, his code name because, as you know, people in occupied Iran, not allowed to be on social media, not allowed to speak out against the
What happened to your audio? Guys, do you have Goldie's audio or is it me? Yeah, so you're muted. Goldie, you're muted. Do you guys have my audio? My audio is okay? Okay, so they have my audio. They don't have Goldie's audio. So technical issues from Goldie's side. So just bear with us.
Do you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
we have you now. There we go.
I think I touched my microphone and it.
Oh yeah, this
yeah,
touch,
that
this
thing.
green thing. If you touch it, it goes red. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's what it was. So yeah, we have on top of the very important message from His Royal Highness, we also have a very special guest with us. This is Potipto. He's from inside occupied Iran, literally risking his life to be here. And I personally, I was a little bit nervous at first. because of course it is very risky being online and being here, given what's happening in occupied Iran. But he has assured us that he is in a safe place. He's assured us that he's untraceable. And so, who am I to stop people from coming here and speaking? Because the whole point of Iran Revolution Live is to be a voice for people in occupied Iran. So huge welcome to Potipto. We're going to go to him in a moment, but first we're gonna share King Reza Pahlavi's message from last night. And guys, this is big. This is big because he's essentially sending a direct message to Khamenei. Khamenei is the supreme dictator of the Islamic regime, and he's giving him it's almost like a threat, right?
It is.
Okay,
it definitely is.
Let me read this for you, and then I'll play the video itself. So he writes, "Today I am speaking to Ali Khamenei, the leader of the regime occupying Iran. You are an anti-Iranian criminal. You have neither honor nor humanity. Your hands are stained with the blood of tens of thousands of Iranians, with the blood of children, of youth, of the innocent. You, your regime, and all your mercenaries will be held accountable for every drop of blood you have spilled, without exception. We will not forgive, we will not forget, we will not retreat. Just as Nazi criminals were tried and punished in Nuremberg, you and your accomplices will also be tried and punished in the Iranian nation's court. Your end is disgrace, eternal shame. No crime goes unanswered. Your name has been recorded. The names of all those who ordered, those who carried out the orders, and all of your accomplices." That's very similar to what President Trump said, by the way, when he said to Iranians, write down the names, keep track of all the killers.
Yep. That's exactly for this moment. That was exactly for this moment. And also this also shows to the regime officials that the end is near. So it's also directed at them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting that this is very similar messaging to what President Trump put out on Truth Social a few days ago, which gives me a lot of... Remember when President Trump put out on Truth Social?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. It also shows that they're communicating.
Yeah.
A lot. The Prince's team and the Trump's team are communicating.
To me, this is a sign of some sort of collaboration behind the scenes for sure. So,
exactly.
There is no escape. You will have nowhere to hide. The murderers of the people of Iran will have no immunity. And you, the great nation of Iran, my brave children, my grieving yet steadfast sisters and brothers, you are not alone. Your resistance has changed history. We stand on the front line of freedom, and we are closer than ever to the end of this regime. The regime has cracked, its power has worn down, its collapse has begun. Believe in yourselves, in your unity, in your courage, in your greatness. The regime can no longer silence our awakened and risen nation. It cannot impose fear upon Iran. This regime fears you and your power. We will not allow our grief to turn into despair. My compatriots, the grief of losing Iran's finest children is heavy, but we will transform this grief into conscious rage and an unbreakable will against Khamenei and all his domestic and foreign agents. Notice how he put in foreign agents? Be ready. The moment to return to the streets will come, broader, more powerful, more determined than ever, for the liberation of Tehran, for the reclaiming of Iran. The continuation of the struggle until final victory is not merely a national duty, but a covenant with those who gave their lives on the path of freedom with their dear, precious blood. Their names will not be forgotten, not in history, not in our national memory, not in our hearts. That day is not far, the day we celebrate together the reclaiming of Iran and say with pride, we stood, we fought, and we prevailed. Long live Iran. Okay, let me play this now.
خطاب من به علی خامنه‌ای رهبر رژیم اشغالگر ایران است. تو یک جنایتکار ضد ایرانی هستی. نه شرافت داری، نه انسانیت. دستانت به خون 10,000 ایرانی آغشته است. به خون کودکان، جوانان، بیگناهان. تو رژیمت و تمام مزدورانت برای هر قطره خونی که ریخته اید پاسخ خواهید داد، بدون استثنا. ما نه میبخشیم نه فراموش میکنیم و نه عقب مینشینیم. همان گونه که جنایتکاران نازی در نورنبرگ محاکمه و مجازات شدند، تو و همدستانت نیز محاکمه و مجازات خواهید شد در دادگاه ملت ایران. پایان تو رسوایی است، ننگ ابدی. هیچ جنایتی بی پاسخ نمیماند. نام تو ثبت شده است، نام تمام آمران، عاملان و همدستانت. راه فراری نیست، جایی برای پنهان شدن نخواهید داشت. قاتلان مردم ایران هیچ مسئولیتی نخواهند داشت. و شما ملت بزرگ ایران، فرزندان شجاعم، خواهران و برادران داغدار اما استوارم، شما تنها نیستید. ایستادگی شما تاریخ را تغییر داده است. شما در خط مقدم آزادی ایستاده اید و ما از همیشه به پایان این رژیم نزدیکتریم. این رژیم ترک برداشته است. قدرتش فرسوده شده. سقوطش آغاز شده است. به خودتان ایمان داشته باشید. به اتحادتان، به شجاعتتان، به بزرگیتان. این رژیم دیگر نمیتواند ملت بیدار و برخاسته ما را خاموش کند. نمیتواند ترس را بر ایران حاکم کند. این رژیم از شما و قدرتتان میترسد. ما اجازه نمیدهیم اندوهمان به ناامیدی تبدیل شود. هم میهنانم، سوگ از دست دادن بهترین فرزندان ایران سنگین است. اما ما این سوگ را به خشم آگاهانه و اراده‌ای شکست ناپذیر علیه خامنه‌ای و همه عاملان داخلی و خارجیش تبدیل می‌کنیم. آماده باشید. لحظه بازگشت به خیابان فرا خواهد رسید. گسترده‌تر، قدرتمندتر، مصممتر از همیشه. برای فتح تهران، برای بازپسگیری ایران، ادامه این نبرد تا پیروزی نهایی نه فقط یک وظیفه ملی که عهدی است با جانباختگان راه آزادی و خون پاکشان. نامشان فراموش نخواهد شد، نه در تاریخ، نه در حافظه ملی، نه در قلب ما. آن روز دور نیست، روزی که با هم جشن بازپسگیری ایران را میگیریم و با سربلندی میگوییم ایستادیم، جنگیدیم و پیروز شدیم. پاینده ایران.
Wow. What an incredibly powerful message.
He sounded so angry.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's go to Potipto. Potipto, welcome so much. Can you before we begin, can you please let us know what you think or what you feel when you see that message from King Reza Pahlavi? Oh, his connection isn't the greatest. Guys, he'll be back. He'll be back. The connection isn't the greatest. Yeah. So welcome back. So can you let us know so before we start speaking with you, what do you think? What do you feel when you hear that message from the Shah? And guys, so Potito is going to, he understands English, but he feels more comfortable speaking in Persian. So he's going to speak and then Armin will translate.
سلام گرم منو از قلب ایران میشنوید. پوتیپتو یک نفر نیست. پوتیپتو یک اکانته که داره سعی میکنه صدای میهن پرستای ایران رو به داخل خارج از ایران رو به گوش شما عزیزان برسونه.
درود به شرفت. اگه میشه هر یه جمله‌ای که میگی صبر کن من ترجمه کنم. بعد جمله بعدی رو بگو. Okay.
That's all right.
Okay. میگه که he's saying
You're gonna translate
I
in
send
Persian?
you he's saying that I am sending my warm salutations or hello from the heart of Iran. Potito is not just one person, one account. He's speaking on behalf of many other people from inside Iran. Okay,
از من در مورد سخنرانی شاه پرسیدین، آخرین در واقع بیانیه ایشون پرسیدین. کل این بیانیه رو من توی یه جمله میتونم، یعنی نظر خودم توی یه جمله میتونم برای شما خلاصه بکنم و اون این مسئله است که شاه قدرتش رو از مردم میگیره. اگر میبینید که شاهزاده داره مصممتر و با خشم بیشتر و با دقت بیشتری صحبت میکنه و خیلی اهداف الان براش گسترده تر شده، فقط و فقط به خاطر اینه که ما هم توی ایران همین حسه داریم و همین قدرت رو احساس کردیم و این انسجام و وحدتی که از بعد از 18 دی بین مردم شکل گرفته یک رابطه رفت و برگشتی بین ما و شاهزاده است که ما قدرتمون از ایشون و ایشون قدرتش از ما داره میگیره.
Okay. He says that you asked me about the Shah's, the king's message and what I think about it. He says that what I got from it can be summarized by this, that the Shah, he gets his power from the people. And if you notice that the Shah is speaking with more determination, with more anger, and with more precision, and with a wider set of goals. That's because these are the same feelings that the Iranian people have, and this is the unity that the Iranian people have. And the reason why the Shah is speaking like this is because the Shah is basically a reflection of how the Iranian people feel, and there's a strong bond between the Iranian people and the Shah. And the more the Iranian people feel like this, the more unity they have, the more anger they have, the more strength they have. You could also feel that in the Shah's voice, because the Shah is a reflection of the voice of the people.
Yeah.
But,
yeah,
go on.
I was just going to say, so basically, the more Iranian people fight, the more they call for their Shah. That is essentially legitimizing the Shah's,
Yes.
authority and strength to speak on behalf of the Iranian people. So the reason that you see, for example, this particular speech where the Shah is directly going after Khamenei is because the Iranian people in occupied Iran have demonstrated to everyone that they don't want Khamenei and they only trust King Reza Pahlavi to transition them from a dictatorship to a democracy.
من دوست دارم یه پیام میرم اینجا اول بحثم بگم و میخوام از این فرصت استفاده بکنم. ببینید، دوستای زیادی از من رو کشتن، دوستای زیادی از من همرزمای من در حال حاضر تیر خوردن، خیلی هاشون ناپیدان، یعنی اثری ازشون نیست، حالا من چه اتفاقی افتاده، ولی خودشون یا خانواده هاشون مهمترین درخواستی که از من داشتن و دارن این بود که اجازه ندیم هیچ جای دنیا روی این فکت پا بذارن که تمام این مردم به فرمان شاهزاده توی خیابون اومدن. اونا هیچ رهبری رو به غیر از شاهزاده نمیدونن و جونشون رو اهدای شاهزاده و میهم پرستی و ایران کردن. مهمترین مسئله ای هم که من اینجا حاضر هستم اینه که این پیام به شما برسونم. ما اینجا متحد زیر پرچم شیر و خورشید به فرمان شاهزاده هستیم. هر نراتیو دیگه‌ای به دست شما رسید مطمئن باشین از پروپاگاندای رژیم.
Okay, so he's saying that I want to use this opportunity to send an important message, saying so many of my friends have been killed, so many of them have been shot, many of them are missing, but the message that many of them are, after all of this, the message that a lot of them and their families want to make sure that we get out there is this fact that all of them are out there fighting because of the command of their prince, of Prince Reza Pahlavi, and no other commander. So it's very important, the people who are continuing to fight, it's very important for all of them for you to realize that there's no other commander than Prince Reza Pahlavi, and they're all doing this under his command, and they are giving their lives for him. They're sacrificing their lives for him, and they're all united under the flag, under the Lion and Sun flag, and under his command. And guys, please notice how important it is for Iranians. You would think right now Iranians being killed inside Iran, their highest priority is other things given the amount of cost, but the highest priority, the main message they want to send out there is that Prince Reza Pahlavi is their commander.
Yeah,
so please pay attention to that.
And also they basically want to make sure that no other leftist or communist or any other like so-called group, fake opposition group, takes the narrative away from the Iranian people. So that's like one of the biggest concerns here is making sure that the narrative isn't stolen from the people of Iran, and that the world knows and understands that everyone in occupied Iran is united behind one person, and that's King Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah. هستی با ما؟
بله هستم. خب من اینجا چند تا تاپیک دارم که حالا بر اساس اولویت با هم جلو میریم و در موردش صحبت میکنیم. اولین صحبتی که میخوام بکنم اینه که یادتون باشه جمهوری اسلامی یک گروه تروریستیه، یعنی بقاش و توسعهش و ادامه زندگیش به ایجاد وحشت و ترور بستگی داره. پس ما مهمترین راه مقابله با جمهوری اسلامی اینه
ببخشید پوتیپتو، ببخشید وقتی که مثلا 2-3 تا جمله میگین میتونیم ببخشید فقط یه پاز بکنیم که ما اینم ترجمه بکنیم، چون که میخوایم مطمئن باشیم که کلمات تو حرفاتو یادمون نره چی داری میگین، چون که خیلی مهمه. عذرخواهی.
It's okay. I'm writing it down.
Oh, you're writing it down? Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. ببخشید. Okay, we have a professional translator.
دارم نوت برمی‌دارم. دارم نوت برمی‌دارم. اگه یه چیزی رو اشتباه گفتم بهم بگو باشه؟
اوکی حتما.
اوکی.
ممنونم از شما.
داشتی میگفتی که نه ممنون از تو. ادامه بده. داشتی میگفتی که تروریستن و
آره من میخوام خیلی لیزری جلو برم و دقیقاً هدفمند کلمه‌امو انتخاب کردم. مسئله اول، قرارداد اول ما توی این صحبت اینه که بدونیم که جمهوری اسلامی در واقع یک استیت آف ترور هستش و کلاً از طریق ترور و ترس داره زندگی میکنه یا بقای خودش رو، همونجوری که آمریکا رو تهدید میکنه، همونجوری که مردم رو تهدید میکنه و هدف اصلیش گسترش ترور در سطح دنیاست. این میشه توافق اول ما. پس ما اگر قرار باشه در جبهه‌ای در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی باشیم، اولین چیزی که تو کولمون باید بذاریم شجاعته. حالا اگر قرار باشه ایرانی باشیم، پس میهم پرستی هم همراه خودمون میاریم و اگر قرار باشه که پیروز باشیم باید هوشمندی هم با خودمون بیاریم، یعنی همیشه باید یک قدم جلوتر رو برنامه‌ریزی کنیم و بهش فکر بکنیم. اینا نکات اصلی منه. صحبت کنیم بعد ادامه‌شو میگیم.
Okay, so he's saying that I have some topics I want to go over. By the way, guys, please pay attention to every word that he's saying because he is risking his life to a unbelievable level to bring these messages from inside Iran. So please pray and he says that he has chosen his words very carefully. So please pay attention to everything he's saying, right? And so he has a couple of topics that he wants to go through, and he's going over them based on how which one is more based on the level of priority that they have, right? So the first thing that he wants to say is that please understand that the Islamic Republic is a terrorist group, is a terrorist state, and what that means. So he's not just saying that lightly, like he actually has a specific reason why he's saying that. What he's saying is that the survival of the expansion of the Islamic Republic requires terror and fear. So they threaten the US, they threaten their own people, they threaten other countries in their neighborhood. So given that that's their main weapon for survival and expansion, that means that the first weapon that we have against it, as he describes it, the first thing that we need to put in our backpack when we're going to war against the Islamic Republic is courage. If their weapon is fear, then our main weapon against them is courage. And then he adds, and also, if you're also an Iranian, then your second weapon is patriotism. And if you want to be victorious, then the third tool or weapon that you need to have is intelligence, so that you could see one step ahead to know what the next step is. خوب بود این
عالی،
ترجمه به
ممنونم.
نظرت؟
آره، یک کامنت کوتاه فقط در مورد بحث این که من جونمو دارم به خطر میندازم بهتون بگم. ببینید، در حال حاضر در ایران منیتی وجود نداره. یعنی اگر قرار باشه من رو بکشن مثل هزاران نفر دیگه که کشتن، این پرچم زمین نمیفته. مطمئن باشین صدها نفر پشت من بلند میشه. پس در واقع ما هیچ کدومون از کشته شدن نمیترسیم. ما فریادمون رو بلند میکنیم و به گوش جهان میرسونیم و مطمئن هستیم که به زودی پرچم شیر و خورشید در سرتاسر ایران به اهتزاز در میاد. وقتی که این اتفاق بیفته، مثل این میمونه که همه ما با هم دوباره زنده شدیم. چون هر کسی که جمهوری اسلامی داره میکشه، در راه میهن داره میکشه، شاید جسمشو میگیره ولی روحشو داره با ایران گره میزنه و اون چیزی که جاودانه میشه ایرانه توی این حرکت.
Oh my god. یه لحظه صبر کن، اینا رو بنویسم. Okay. So in regards to my comment to you guys, when I said that he is risking his life, he wanted to mention a comment regarding my comment to you guys to pay attention because he's risking his life. Says that what you have to understand right now, what's happening in Iran, there is no concept of me anymore. Like me as a concept doesn't exist anymore, because he says if they kill me or anybody like me, there are 1,000 other people that will pick up the flag, that will pick up the lion and sun flag. And just because they kill me, it doesn't mean that the flag will not fall. Our revolution will not fail, and our flag will not fall on the ground. As soon as they kill me, somebody else will pick up the flag and it will continue. So that's why he's saying there's no we. He's saying they cannot kill this revolution by killing me, and we will be victorious. And when eventually our revolution becomes victorious, even if they have killed me, I will be reborn. I will be alive again through Iran. Because anybody who's fighting, they're basically tying their soul to Iran. So by killing me, as long as Iran rises again, I will rise again, even if they've killed me, because my soul has been connected and been tied to Iran. So when Iran lives again, we will all be reborn again. And this is how we have become immortal. So it doesn't matter. He's basically saying there's no me here. We all have become immortal through this revolution.
And guys, I just wanted to point out that he is seeing all of your comments, so he is reading all of your comments as well. And I know some of you have questions. We'll get to questions at the end, absolutely, of course, because I know many of you will have questions for him. But he understands English perfectly, so he's reading all your comments and he's very appreciative. ببخشید، بفرمایید.
خواهش میکنم. بله، من کامنت ها رو دارم میخونم و خیلی از مهر و محبت همه تشکر میکنم. در ادامه صحبتم بر اساس قراردادی که داشتیم، حالا من از شما خواهش میکنم، یعنی هدفم از حضور توی این استریم و در واقع استیج اینه که از همه کسایی که صدای من رو میشنون خواهش میکنم که در مقابل پروپاگاندای رژیم به پا خیزید. رژیم قرار نیست بیاد بگه اوکی ما شکست خوردیم، ما مردم رو کشتیم و قرار شاهزاده به ایران برگرده. رژیم تا آخرین قطره خونش قرار فالس اینفورمیشن درست بکنه، قرار میس اینفورمیشن درست بکنه، قرار راست و چپ نشون بده، سیاه رو سفید نشون بده. پس اگر کسی هستین که احساس میکنید از مردم ایران یا در کنار مردم ایران توی این نبرد هستین، مهمه که رژیم رو بشناسید و بدونید آخوندها به خصوص آخوندها حرفه‌ای ترین تحریفگران تاریخ هست.
یه لحظه صدا قطع شد، یه لحظه برگرد عقب.
تا کجاشو شنیدی؟
گفتی که آخوندا؟
آره، گفتم که آخوندها حرفه‌ای ترین دروغگوهای تاریخن. آخوندها در پهنه تاریخ وظیفه‌شون این بوده که تاریخ رو تحریف بکنن. پس ما به عنوان یک ایرانی یا یک پیتریوت یا هر کسی در هر جای دنیا در مقابل اونها باید این ابزارشون رو بشناسیم و بدونیم آقا پروپاگاندا رژیم در واقع مهمترین بازوشه. حالا در همین راستا من یه سری صحبت دارم بکنم، شما اینو ترجمه بکنید، بعد من دونه دونه نراتیوهای داستانو میگم.
Okay, so he's saying first he said that yes, he is reading your comments and in the chat, and he also says that he is very grateful for your kindness in the comments. And then he said, I ask everyone that is hearing, that is listening to him right now, to stand against the regime propaganda, the Islamic Republic's propaganda. He says what you have to understand is that the regime will not at any point come and admit that, okay, we have been killing people, but now we have been defeated. They say like, okay, Prince Reza Pahlavi is coming back to Iran and we accept defeat. There is not at any point in time that they will accept that. These people will lie until their very last moment, until their very last drop of blood. They will continue lying. They will say right is left. They will say black is white. So they will basically misrepresent everything and represent everything as completely the opposite of what it truly is. So if you want to fight the mullahs, what you have to understand that the mullahs are the greatest experts at lying and deception in history. So he's saying we as Iranians, we as patriots, or anyone else needs to understand that this is their tool. That propaganda and lying is the tools of the mullahs. So basically means that just never trust them. Whatever they're saying, anything that they're saying is always a lie.
در همین راستا باید باور داشته باشین که جمهوری اسلامی در واقع صاحب ایران نیست و چیزی به نام مردم ایران زیر پرچم جمهوری اسلامی وجود نداره. جمهوری اسلامی یک گروهیه که طبق اتفاقهایی که در گذشته اومده ایران رو در واقع گرفته، ایران رو تصاحب کرده و داره سعی میکنه مردم خودش رو در مقابل مردم ایران قرار بده. وقتی میگه جمهوری اسلامی میگه مردم، منظورش اون 1% از باقی مونده‌های خودش و خانواده خودش هستن که پای منبرشون هستن. وقتی جمهوری اسلامی میگه مردم کشته شدن، در واقع ارتباط داره با این کسایی که مزدور بودن یا توی خیابون داشتن روی مردم سلاح میکشیدن و در واقع توی دایره لغات جمهوری اسلامی مردم ایران خارج از اون دایره هستن که جمهوری اسلامی مردم مینامه.
Okay, this is actually a very important point. So listen up. So he says in the continuing the thought that we were talking about them lying, you all have to understand that the Islamic Republic does not own Iran, and nothing under the flag of the Islamic Republic is Iran or represents Iran. These are people who have occupied Iran, who have taken over Iran, but they are not Iran. And this is the key part that you have to understand. That is very, very important point. He said you have to understand the way they use language. So when they say mardom, which means people, when the Islamic Republic uses the word people, they are not referring to Iranians. They have their people, meaning the Islamic Republic people, they have put them against the Iranian people. So every time the Islamic Republic says people, they're not referring to the Iranian people. They're referring to their own people, the 1% that support them, their own 1% supporters. So that's every time you see a regime official or a mullah referring to people, they're referring to that 1%. They're not referring to all of the Iranian people. So for example, if they say they're killing the people, so they're out there killing the people, they're not talking about Iranians. They're talking about their own supporters, which is that 1%, which is the Islamic Republic.
با توجه به این نکته حالا باید بریم سراغ اتفاقهایی که افتاد. در واقع بعد از کل تاریخ جمهوری اسلامی به قبل از 18 دی یا 8 ژانویه و بعدش تقسیم میشه. مهمترین موضوعی که تمام این مدت جمهوری اسلامی رو در واقع مسلط بر مردم ایران نگه داشته همون ابزار سرکوب یا ماشین سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی بوده. ماشین سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی ماشینی بوده که طراحی شده در دهه 60، در دهه 70، در دهه 80، در دهه 90 تجربیاتش رو جمع کرده تا بتونه مقابل مردم وایسه. این ماشین سرکوب همیشه بین خود سرداراشون، بین خود برنامه ریزاشون بزرگترین نقطه ضعفش جمعیت میلیونی مردم بوده. به اصطلاح خودشون، اصطلاحی که ما بین خودشون استفاده میکردن همیشه، در واقع سردارها یا اون اتاقهای خصوصی یا هر چیزی، بهش میگفتن جمعیت 6 رقمی. یعنی جمعیت 6 رقمی میتونه ماشین سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی رو غیر فعال کنه. شاهزاده 47 سال
یه
صبر
لحظه
کرد.
اگه
بفهم.
میشه اینا رو بگم، اینا رو میتونم ترجمه کنم چه مقدار سخت میشه اینا رو، این قسمت رو
بله
بگم.
حتما. بله.
Okay. میگه but he's saying based on the points that was just mentioned, the history of the Islamic Republic can be divided in two parts. Everything before January 8 and everything after January 8. اینو درست گفتم؟ آره. بله. درست. خب everything
And guys,
before
just to put it in context, January 8 is when the internet shutdown happened. Remember, that's when the internet shut down, and that's when the mass slaughter started.
Right. So he's saying that there's a suppressing machine that the Islamic Republic has built over the decades. Since 1979 all the way to January 8, they have this machine, a suppressing machine that has helped them have control the Iranian people, to be able to have full control over them. Goldie, your mic is open. Goldie? Okay, I'm going to mute Goldie. She doesn't know her mic is open. Okay, so based on that, he's saying there's a weakness in this machine. This machine has been built based on years of experience. So the Islamic Republic has perfected the art of suppression, the art of oppressing these people, because it's very difficult to maintain control over millions of people who are against you. But over the years, based on the experience, they have built this machine in a way so that they could have full control over the Iranian people. But this machine has a very important weakness. And that weakness is the millions of the Iranian people who are against the regime. Basically, the size of the people who are against the regime is the main weakness of this suppressing machine that they have built over the decades. This is basically something that the commanders within the armed forces of the Islamic Republic, they call it Jamiyat Shish Ragami, which means a six-figure size, the six-figure size crowd, which basically, if it happens, that would be meaning this is the weakness, that this is the thing that would destroy the control, the suppressing power of the Islamic Republic. Okay?
بله. بر اساس همین موضوع شاهزاده به عنوان یک آدم سیاستمدار و هوشمند 47 سال صبر کرد و 47 سال با صحبت‌های هر کسی از ترال‌ها گرفته تا حزب‌های متفاوت بحثی نکرد تا موقعی که کارتش رو 8 ژانویه بازی کرد. وقتی که شاهزاده فراخوان داد نشون میده که شاهزاده به اون شرایط واقف بود، میدونست نقطه کجاست و هزار تا داستان دیگه. اما وقتی که شاهزاده فراخوان داد جمعیت 6 رقمی اومد توی خیابون و جمعیت 6 رقمی فقط توی تهران نیومد، در سرتاسر ایران اومد. من گزارش‌هایی دارم که حالا به وقتش بهتون میگم که دورترین نقاط جاهایی هستش که اصلا مردم اومدن شهر رو گرفتن و نگه داشتن. 2 روز 3 روز بعد تونستن شهر رو پس بگیرن یا روستا رو پس بگیره جمهوری اسلامی ازشون. در واقع این فشار حد اکثری روی سیستم سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی پایان جمهوری اسلامی بود. یعنی در واقع شاید مردم که قطعا میدونن، از درون نظام هم قطعا اینو میدونن که آقا این قدرت مردم برای اولین بار متحد شده و به قدرت خودش پی برده، اما مسئله اینه که حالا در خارج هم شما این موضوع رو متوجه بشین. شما اینو ترجمه بکنید تا من ادامهش بگم.
اولش گفته که با حزبای دیگه کار نکرد.
منظورم اینه که کامنت ها و کریتیک هایی که توی این مدت میگفتن شما 47 سال هیچ کاری نکردین یا مثلا چیزی هستین، اشاره به این داره که شاهزاده اتفاقا 47 سال دقیقا میدونست چی کار بکنه که بهترین موقع این کار رو انجام داد.
Okay, mercy. Okay, so he's saying based on everything that we have said before, Princess of Pahlavi, as a smart politician, he waited 47 years exactly for this because he knew exactly what the weakness of the regime is, of the suppressing machinery of the Islamic Republic is. So he knew that he had to wait for this point for him to be able to give his call to action. And even though these other parties and these other basically groups were criticizing him for why you're not doing this for 47 years, he, as a intelligent politician, knew that this is exactly what we needed. And then when eventually Iran was ready, when the prince gave his call to action, he gave it when that weakness could be taken advantage of. And when he gave his first call to action, that 6-figure crowd size, basically the crowd of millions of people, showed up in his first call to action. And millions of Iranians showed up. But what he's saying is that what he knows that even in the farthest corners of Iran, people showed up in large numbers, and he knows that there were even cities so in the farthest corners of Iran that the city, from the first day of the call to action, the city was held for 2 or 3 days, and the Islamic Republic could not take it back for 2 or 3 days. And everybody in Iran knows that that moment was the end of the Islamic Republic, because the Iranian people had realized their own strength. They found a strength in unity, and now the Iranian people have seen what they're capable of and how much power they have, and because now they're aware of that day was the end of the Islamic Republic.
اما نکته مهمتر اینه که
ببخشید یه لحظه، ببخشید عذرخواهی میکنم. I'm also just doing an instant translation on ChatGPT. The translation might not be 100% accurate, so trust Armin when Armin's translating. But I'm also gonna just put up the English translation just from ChatGPT on the screen as well, so that you guys can also sort of follow along in general with what he's saying as well. Sorry, بفرمایید.
تشکر. در ادامه این اتفاق، یعنی مهمترین خروجی آتکام این اتفاق از چند جهت بود. اولین جهتش حالا و دومین جهتش رو توی صحبت هم گفتم، اما نکته مهمتر اینه که سیستم سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی و سیستم تصمیم گیرنده جمهوری اسلامی در یک شوک غیرقابل انتظار قرار گرفت. من برای شما به صورت تایملاین از ساعت 8 به بعد رو تعریف میکنم و شما میتونید تصور کنید اتفاقو.
یه ذره آرومتر میتونی بگی که من بتونم بنویسم؟
آره، شما هر جا پاز بدی من ثبت میکنم. خودم آرومتر میگم.
آره مرسی. ریکاوری. اوکی، ادامه بده.
من برمیگردم به پنجشنبه. اولین اتفاقی که توی روز پنجشنبه افتاد، ساعتها قبل از ساعت 8، تمام شهرها و اکثر نقاطش خلوت بود. مغازه باز نبود، رفت آمدی نمیشد، نمیدونم کافه یا هر جای دیگه. یک سکوت معنیداری کل شهرها رو گرفته داره، از مرکز تهران تا هر جای دیگر رو در نظر بگیرید. هر چقدر ما به ساعت 8 نزدیکتر میشدیم، مردم باور میکردن که این دفعه فرق میکنه و نظام هم داشت سناریوها رو متفاوت میکرد. چیزی که من از اتاق فکر نظام میدونم، چیزی که از تیم سرکوب نظام حالا با توجه به ارتباطایی که گرفتیم فهمیدم، اینا برنامهشون در واقع پویا بود. برنامه داشتن که بر اساس جمعیت برخورد بکنن. هدفشون این بود که اول و آخر جمعیت روی جمعیت کوچیک نشون بدن و فراخوان شاهزاده رو به عنوان شکست بیارن توی پروپاگاندا به دنیا.
یه لحظه دیگه یه بار دیگه پویا بودنش رو توضیح بده.
پلنشون اینجوری بود که بر اساس بازخورد فراخوان پاسخ دستگاه سرکوب رو طراحی بکنن و هدفشون این بود که فراخوان رو بدون تاثیر نشون بدن. در واقع بیان شاهزاده رو، فراخوانش رو با استفاده از پروپاگاندا ضعیف و بدون تاثیر نشون بدن طبق یک شرایط کنترل شده، همون کاری که توی در واقع جنبش‌های قبلی هم کرد، از جنبش مهسا به قبل، و در کنارش هم بیان برگ شاهزاده رو برای همیشه برسونن. این برنامه دستگاه سرکوب نظام تا قبل از ساعت 8 بود.
Okay. Before 8 o'clock. Before 8 p.m. Okay. Hello. What he's saying is, however, the most important outcome of what happened in response on the first day in response to the call to action is that the suppressing system, the suppressing operation of the regime and their decision making system or apparatus, or their structure, the decision making structure and the suppressing structure that they had, was shocked on that first day beyond recovery. So he wants to go through the timeline. He says on Thursday at 8 p.m., right before 8 p.m., it was actually quiet. There wasn't, before the 8 p.m., which was basically the time for when Prince Reza Pahlavi told people to come out at 8 p.m. on Thursday. He says right before them, everything was quiet. There was not that many crowds. The cafes were closed. The stores were closed until we got to 8 p.m. And people realized that this time is different. And he says that based on the information that he has, based on the connections that he has, the regime's think tanks and their command centers, what they were planning was a dynamic response to the people showing up based on how big the response was going to be to the call to action by the prince. And what their plan was to show that the response to the call to action of the prince was weak and not that many people came out. So they were trying to create a controlled condition based on how many people showed up, to create a scenario where people could see that there wasn't that much of a response, and to use this as an opportunity to just basically end Prince Reza Pahlavi's influence forever by trying to humiliate him. But as he said earlier, they weren't prepared for what happened, and what happened was shocked them in a way that they can't ever recover from.
اگر کسی تا قبل از ساعت 8 تردید داشت، مصمم بود یا حتی میترسید، اتفاق متحدالشکلی که در سرتاسر ایران افتاد همه رو با هم همجهت کرد. یعنی امکان نداشت شما در ساعت 8 و 10 دقیقه 8 رو جایی از ایران می بودی فریاد جاوید شاه، این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده، مرگ بر خامنه ای رو نمیشنیدی. همین حجم بزرگ، همین همراهی بزرگ باعث شد که تمام مردم ایران مطمئن بشن که این بار فرق میکنه و سیل مردم اگر قرار بود مثلا به یه عددی ختم بشه چند برابر هم شد. انقدر حرکت پتانسیل زیادی داشت، انقدر مومنتوم زیادی اون حرکت داشت که آدم‌های بیشتری رو هم توی خیابون آورد و نتیجهش این شد که از فاصله 8 تا فاصله 9 تا فاصله ساعت 10 رژیم تمام پلن‌های خودش رو اجرا بکنه. یعنی وقتی ما به ساعت 10 رسیدیم، رژیم از تمام هدف در واقع محیط کنترل شده برنامه‌ریزی خودش تمام کارتاش رو بازی کرد، تمام پلن‌هاش رو اجرا کرد و آخرین پلنش هم همونجوری که هممون میدونین باز کردن گلوله روی معترضا بود. چه زمانی این اتفاق افتاد؟ درست حدودای ساعت 10 تا 10:30 وقت محلی ایران، 10:30 شب، حدود ساعت 10 تا 10:30 اکثر مراکز مهم در شهر تهران و باقی شهرستان‌ها سقوط کردند. از شهرداری بگیر تا کلانتری بگیر تا هر جای دیگه، تعداد مکان‌هایی که پشت سر هم داشت سقوط می‌کرد به دست مردم به حدی زیاد بود که جلسه شورای امنیت به صورت فوری تشکیل شد. اولین اقدامشون این بود که اینترنت رو قطع کردن. دومین اقدامشون هم این بود که تمامی خطهای ارتباطی رو قطع کردن، نه تنها تلفن همراه، SMS و تلفن‌های ثابت هم قطع بود. آخرین باری که همچین اتفاقی افتاده بود درست روزی بود که خمینی مرد. یعنی از اون روز تا به الان جمهوری اسلامی توی همچین بحرانی قرار نگرفته بود تا رأس ساعت 10 شب پنجشنبه. و وقتی خاموشی رخ داد،
اینو اجازه بده یه مقدار اینا رو
یه
بگم
جمله است
اول.
و یه جمله است تمام میشه حرفم. آره وقتی خاموشی رخ داد، کیلینگ اسپری شروع شد. وقتی خاموشی رخ داد، تیرها باز شد، فقط هم به یک هدف: باز پس گرفتن مراکز نظام به هر هزینه‌ای.
ببخشید اونو میتونید لطفاً دوباره بگی پوتیپتو، همون جمله که وقتی که همه چی چیز شد کیلینگ سپری، اونو دوباره بگو چون دارم اون ترجمه میکنم.
درست وقتی که تلفن‌ها ارتباطات قطع شد، فرمان کشتار صادر شد و تمام مزدورهای نظام این بار فقط برای کشتار اسلحه‌هاشون رو به مردم گرفتن و تا جایی که تونستن کشتن، فقط به هدف این که مراکز رو پس بگیرن، چون اگر این اتفاق ادامه پیدا می‌کرد قاعدتاً جمهوری اسلامی فردایی وجود نداشت.
مراکز دولتی یا مراکز شهر گفتی؟
ببین، تا جایی که ممکنه هر مراکز دولتی، از کلانتری و فرمانداری گرفته تا ادارات و شهرداری و ثبت و اسناد و هر چیزی که تو مسیر مردم بود.
دولتی اوکی. خیلی خوب. یه مقدار اوکی. What he says is that before 8 p.m. on Thursday, if anybody had a doubt before what happened, after 8 p.m. on Thursday, all doubts were taken away. Nobody had a doubt. Nobody had any more doubts that this is different, that this is it. What happened, there was so much unity, and it was so overwhelming, and it was so nationwide that there was no place in Iran, there was not a single place in Iran that people were not hearing the chants of Javid Shah, meaning long live the king, or chants like this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return, or death to the dictator, or death to Khamenei. He's saying that there was not a single place in Iran that people were not hearing that chant. And that erased all remaining doubts. All of the people in Iran were sure that this time is different. And even after the first large number of people who showed up, because they were so large in number, it created a momentum, which the momentum itself brought even more people out into the streets. So then what he's saying is that the regime had some plans on how to respond to the crowds. And because of the speed in which everything was happening, they had to execute their plans one after another faster than what they anticipated. Meaning that at 8 p.m., they executed their first plans, and then 9 p.m., and then 10 p.m. So by 10 p.m., they started enforcing. So they have like initial response plans, and the secondary plans, and the tertiary plans, and then so on. What he's saying that everything was speeding up so fast that they went through all the levels of reactions that they had planned from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. They went to the final stages of the plan to 10 p.m. That's how fast everything was escalating. They played basically all their cards on 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. And their last card that they had to play was basically to open fire on people. That was their last card, and they were doing that by 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. They're basically the last card was to let bullets fly. And when it came to 10:30 p.m., when they started shooting at people, they were doing this for mainly one reason. Okay, because by 10 p.m., people were actually managing to capture the main centers, main government centers, main police centers, communication centers, and different places. And that was the reason why the government went all the way, escalated to the final plan, shooting at people, because that's what they were really, they wanted to make sure that they get these government centers back. Oh, and another thing he mentioned is that one thing they did, one of the steps that they did, one thing that they did in these final steps is that they not only disconnected the internet, they disconnected all communication lines, SMS, landlines, and everything. And he wants to remind us that this has never happened before. Like this, the only time this has happened was when Khomeini had died, Khomeini's death. That's the only time that they had done this. So for so many years, they haven't done this. So they cut the communication, they cut the internet because they wanted to start killing people. And that's when that's 10 o'clock, that's when this killing spree starts. But they wanted to do that in the darkness because they didn't want the whole world to see what they're doing. So that's when they basically started cutting all communication lines, everything, the internet, landlines, SMS, everything that they possibly could. So, and that's when the bullets started flying. And the main goal was to recapture government centers. این کامل بود؟
بله ممنون.
این تیکه پایینم بود.
اوکی. اگه راضی نیستی بدون تعارف بهم بگو، هر موقع راضی نبودی. دمت گرم، مرسی.
ببین من فقط دارم اینو روی اسکرین میذارم که مثلا خب میدونم بعضی مثلا یه ویژوال هم میخوان، یعنی این ترجمه شما بهتره، ولی همینجوری میذارم که یه چیزی هم روی اسکرین باشه مردم نگاه بکنن.
باره، فکر خوبیه.
بفرمایید.
اوکی. بفرمایید.
خب از اینجا به بعد ما فکت داریم و اخبار. فکت اینه که جمهوری اسلامی در کمتر از 2 ساعت سقوط کرد و رو آورد به وحشیگری. اما در مقابلش اخبار میان تا جلوی دید شما رو بگیرن تا این واقعیت زیر سوال بره. از هر جایی میاد، از هر منبعی میاد، با هر معنی میاد، ولی هدف اصلیش اینه که جلوی این واقعیتی که جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرده رو بگیره. اگر بخوایم ادامه بدیم و بریم جلوتر و بیشتر صحبت بکنیم، فکت‌های بیشتری هست، ولی در همین نقطه ما باید توافق داشته باشیم که اگر جمهوری اسلامی بقایی هم داره، یعنی الان وجود داره به عنوان یک سازمان، فقط یک حبابه، فقط یک دیواره. من خودم دستگاه سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی رو به عنوان دیوار برلین جمهوری اسلامی، یعنی در واقع بین مردم و خود شخص خامنه‌ای یک دیوار طویلی هست که به شکل دستگاه سرکوبه که اینم به زودی از هم میپاشه، چون مهمترین ویژگی در واقع نظام مافیایی جمهوری اسلامی اینه که بر مبنای پول میگرده و اقتصاد جمهوری اسلامی مدت‌ها قبل فلج شده و هزینه باقی موندن جمهوری اسلامی یعنی داشتن مزدورهای بیشتر، پول بیشتری خرج کردن و خود به خود این دوتا نتیجهش این میشه که جمهوری اسلامی خودش رو میبله. به علاوه این که از اون لحظه عوض شدن ورق تصمیمات عاقلانه توی سیستم نمیگیرن. یعنی من میتونم ارجاع بدم به منبع‌های خیلی محکمی که از روزی که این اتفاق افتاده تعداد خیلی زیادی توی بدنه به غیر از استعفا که دادن هیچی، اعدام شدن، حذف شدن، جابجا شدن، از سرباز دمه در گرفته تا سردار سپاه شما در نظر بگیرید. فقط دایره از تصمیمات هیجانی، حالا هیته خامنه‌ای یا لاریجانی یا قالیباف، این تعداد آدمایی که موندن داره گرفته میشه و از اینا ما هیچ کار فکر شده ای نمیتونیم خارج بکنیم. پس بر اساس اون فکت و بر اساس این اتفاقات زنجیروار حالا باید ببینیم برنامه برای آینده چیه. شما اینو بگین بعد من برنامه رو بگم.
اوکی. هیجانی. اوکی. So بعدش هم وقتی یه موقع تونستی به من و گلدی بگو، به گلدی من بگو که ما ایرانی‌ها چه کارایی باید بکنیم. اگه تونستی به اینم برس. ایرانیان خارج از ایران.
پوتیپ تا چند ساعت شما رو داریم در کنار ما؟
ببینید من جام امنه تا موقعی هم که میتونم صحبت کنم. فقط یه مقداری سیگنالم قطع و وصل میشه، اگر فاصله بگیره دوباره برمیگردم.
آره نه اونش مشکل نیست، ولی خب میدونم چیکار. خب خیلی هم اینجا برای شما سوال دارن، ما هم خودمون سوال داریم. سوال آرمین هم مهمه. بعد نمیخوایم هم هیچ عجله بکنیم. خیلی الان خوشحالن چون که دارن مثلا صدای شما رو میشنن. بذارین اتفاقا اینو به انگلیسی بگم چون که شما انگلیسی متوجه میشین. So I was just asking Potipto how much time he has, because many of you appreciate the fact that he's here, and I forgot that he also understands English. So Potipto, I just want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. And for all of you, he said he's in a safe place, so he has a lot of time to explain in detail what's going on, and also answer some of your questions as well. So we will get to all of that. He's in a safe place. And he is میتونم بگم که داری از توسط ستارلینک یا چیزی نگم راجع به اون، نمیدونم.
بله هیچ راه دیگه‌ای به
Okay.
غیر از این در حال
Yeah.
حاضر ممکن نیست.
And he's actually connected to the internet through Starlink. So it's literally because of Elon Musk that we are able to communicate with Potipto right now, and Elon Musk turning on Starlink in occupied Iran.
Okay, so let me go through this. So what he said is that what you have to understand is that we have facts on one side and then we have news on one side. So he's basically differentiating between the facts and the news. The fact is that the Islamic Republic has already been toppled, and that's why they are the only thing that they're doing right now is basically extreme violence, but they have already been toppled. That's the fact. What's the news is that what the people are delivering on the news is to basically go in many different directions to hide the fact that the Islamic Republic has fallen, to basically hide this truth that the Islamic Republic has already been fallen. Basically, they're using so many different tactics, using so many different sources, so many different techniques to try to hide this fact. So if there's anything of the Islamic Republic that has survived that you're seeing in the news that is still continuing to fight, what he's saying, that the only remaining thing is a bubble. So it's a bubble, it's a wall. So the entire system, everything behind the Islamic Republic, the entire structure, the entire system holding it up, all of that has fallen. The only thing that is left is the violence that they could commit on the Iranian people, but nothing behind it that was supported all of this is there anymore. Only the ability to shoot at people has remained. So that's a bubble that is about to pop. So the only thing that is left is a very tall wall that is which is basically represents the suppressing mechanism or the apparatus of the Iranian people. But however, this wall, this suppressing of Iranian people is costly. So the Islamic Republic works like a mafia system, and all of this costs them money. But because all of the system behind this that funds the ability for them to suppress the Iranian people, because all of that has collapsed, sooner or later they're going to be unable to continue funding the suppressing of the Iranian people. Right? If everything behind the system that funds the suppressing is gone and only the suppressing is there, eventually they're not going to be able to continue to fund that, and this is why they have been paralyzed. The cost of the mercenaries, for example, they hire to shoot on the Iranian people, eventually they're not going to be able to continue to do that. And also on top of that, they're not making very intelligent decisions. They have changed a lot of their command structure, and on top of a lot of people defecting from the regime, they are executing a lot of the people within the regime. They are making very rash, fast, emotional decisions because they're scared. So because they're scared and because they were shocked, they're not making smart, intelligent decisions, and they're executing their own people. They're changing the command structure. On top of that, we have defections, and he says that he said that he has that based on good sources, that there's a lot of movement of commands, the command structure, and executions of the command structure within the Islamic Republic. So they're not making good decisions. They're making hasty, fast, emotional, non-intelligent decisions. کامل بود این؟
بله ممنونم. حالا از این موضوع من میخوام نتیجه گیری کنم. برای تمام اینا توافق بود که من به شما یک نتیجه گیری غیر قابل بازگشت بدم و از اینا میخوام نتیجه گیری بکنم که اگر ما مردم ایران بر علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایستاده ایم، جمهوری اسلامی سقوط خواهد کرد. از الان به بعد فقط مسئله زمانه، مسئله هزینه است. حالا اگر کسی مثل ترامپ یا کسی مثل نتانیاهو یا افراد دیگری در حال حاضر به کمک مردم ایران قراره بشتابن، قراره این کارو بکنن. ولی در نظر داشته باشید مردم ایران رهبرشون شاهزاده است. مردم ایران در کنار هم میخوان ایران رو پس بگیرن. اگر کسی تو این مسیر همراه ماست، ما ازش ممنونیم، ولی اجازه ندید این همراهی تبدیل به یک انکر پوینت بشه، تبدیل به یک لنگر بشه که شما بگین اگر ترامپ حمله نکرد جمهوری اسلامی سقوط نخواهد کرد. اگر برید مثلا به نخست وزیر نتانیاهو توهین بکنید که چرا کمک مردم ایران نمی‌کنید. اجازه بدید اون مردای بزرگ برنامه خودشون رو پیش برن و ما اینجا به عنوان یک مردم در کنار هم این پروسه رو سرعت ببخشیم که در ادامه برنامه‌های خودم بهتون میگم.
اوکی، دمت گرم، عالی هستی. میگه که so he's saying that he wants to come to a conclusion based on everything that he says, an undeniable conclusion based on all of this. Okay, so he's saying if we, the Iranian people, are standing up to the regime, it's because the regime is going to fall. So one way or another, the regime is going to fall and Iranian people will be victorious. The regime is basically over. So the issue is not whether the regime falls or not. The issue is the cost that we are going to be paying. So we're basically how high this cost is going to be, how many more people are going to die. So when it comes to whether or not Trump or Netanyahu going to help us, that decision has been made. So whether or not if that is supposed to happen, it will happen. But remember that our leader is Princess of Pahlavi. If anybody is going to help us, we are going to be extremely thankful to them, to anybody who helps us, like anybody like Trump or Netanyahu. But don't go and be insulting to Trump or Netanyahu, telling them why they haven't helped yet. Okay, because we Iranians, we have to keep focusing on our fight against the Islamic Republic. We have to keep doing what we're doing. We have to keep pushing. We have to do our own thing. They are going to do their thing. We have to focus on doing our thing. So basically, if the help arrives, we will be grateful for that help. Okay, but as Iranians, what we have to do is focus on the leadership of Princess of Pahlavi and what we must get done.
I just want to repeat this. I just want to repeat this because ChatGPT also gave a really, really good sort of breakdown. And this is, guys, this is critical. And, you know, به همه ایرانی‌ها که تو chat هستند, like, please pay attention, right? Like, هممیهنانمون داخل کشور دارن میگن اینقدر نرین ترامپ و نتانیاهو حمله بکنین. یعنی خود هممیهنانمون تو کشور دارن اینو میگن. So please pay attention to this part. So he's saying the leader of the people of Iran is the prince. The people of Iran want to reclaim Iran together. If anyone chooses to stand with us along this path, we are grateful. But do not allow that support to turn into an anchor point, to become a crutch where you say that if Trump does not attack, then the Islamic Republic will not fall. Guys, this is also one of the Islamic regime's propaganda. One of the ways that they're trying to demoralize people outside, or try to change the narrative, is they're pushing this thing of, oh, President Trump is not going to keep his promise, and if President Trump doesn't attack, the revolution's over, right? And he's saying that's not
No,
it
it's
at
not.
all, right? So he said, and then he's also saying, like, don't go and insult like Prime Minister Netanyahu for why he's not helping, right? He literally, his own words from someone in occupied Iran, he's saying, allow those great leaders to carry out their own plans. And we here as a people standing together should accelerate this process. He's speaking about the process of revolution, so that in continuation we can move forward. Okay? So let's stop criticizing President Trump or Netanyahu. And this is coming from Iranians in occupied Iran, okay? Iranians in occupied Iran are saying they're grateful. They're grateful for President Trump, and they welcome anything and everything that might happen, but they're not going to criticize either.
اوکی ادامه بده.
بفرمایید.
ممنونم. پس اگر ما طرفدار مردم ایران یا میهم پرست هستیم و میخوایم جلوی ریخته شدن خونی رو بگیریم، باید روی خودمون حساب بکنیم و روی کمکی که در دسترس خودمون، یعنی همه باید تغییر رو از خودمون شروع بکنیم، آدم‌های مثل خودمون رو پیدا بکنیم، با هم همراه بشیم به یک مسیری که این پروسه رو کوتاه‌تر بکنه، زمانش رو کمتر کنه، هزینه‌هاش رو کمتر بکنه. اولین قدم برای ما آگاهیه. اگر ما آگاهی رو همراه خودمون نیاریم، مطمئن باشین به مسیر خوبی ختم نخواهد شد. و من چرا روی این موضوع تاکید دارم؟ براتون خیلی کوتاه توی پرانتز توضیح میدم. چیزی که ما میخوایم تغییره و تغییر نیاز به مومنتوم داره. وقتی شما بخوای از تغییر جلوگیری بکنی، بهترین راه اینه که مومنتوم رو از بین ببری. اگر جمهوری اسلامی میخواد جلوی قدرت مردم رو بگیره، اگر میخواد جمهوری اسلامی جلوی متحد شدن دنیا رو بگیره بر علیه خودش، میاد همچین کارایی میکنه. به مردم این موضوع رو پروژکت میکنه که حالا باید برای مثلا فلان کس کامنت بذارید، حالا حتما باید مثلا برین فلان پست رو شیر بکنید یا یه همچین کارایی بکنید. این در واقع مهندسی روانشناسی جامعه است که به شما کمک میکنه دوپامین های کوچیکی آزاد بشه، سروتونین های کوچیکی در ذهنتون آزاد بشه و شما فکر بکنید کاری کردین و در واقع عملگرایی رو از شما گرفته. پس به صورت خلاصه ما برای تغییر به مومنتوم نیاز داریم و مومنتوم با کارهای تأثیر کوچیک به وجود نمیاد. در واقع نیروی مقابل، نیروی شر، نیروی دارک ساید میخواد مومنتوم شما رو ببره به سمت کارهای حالا سرگرم کننده یا هر چیزی که شامل سوشال اسکرولینگ میشه. اما من اینجا اومدم که از شما خواهش بکنم اهدافتون رو با هم همراه بکنید و قدم‌های بعدی رو با هم برداریم. پس قدم اول رو آگاهانه برمی‌داریم. می‌خواین رو بگین بعد بریم سوال داشت.
اوکی. آگاهانه. اوکی. Awareness. Okay. Hello. Okay. So what he's saying, so if we want to be on the side of the people and the patriots, we have to rely on ourselves and we have to rely on each other. And we have to become the change. We have to basically bring about the change that we want ourselves. And to also rely on ourselves and our other Iranians and people like this.
I have to take a call. I'm so sorry, ma'am. But
that's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. Rely on each other to be able to lower the cost and also to bring about the change that we want. And if we want to bring the change, what we need is awareness. If we want to make sure that we go in the direction we're going to go in the direction that this is going to in the right direction, we have to be aware. If we want to, and also if we want change, for change to happen, any type of change needs momentum. And the best way for the regime to stop the change that we have in mind is to stop the momentum. So one way he's suggesting to stop the momentum is to come up with suggestions that seems like it's helpful for people to do things that seem to be helpful, but they're not actually helpful. The best way to stop a change is to stop the momentum. And for example, if we get people to just focus on commenting and sharing, so this is something I didn't know. I'm glad that he's telling me. If we get people to focus on commenting and sharing, these are basically small little dopamine hits that make you feel that you're being useful, but it's misdirecting our attention to something that is not going to be that useful, and it basically reduces the momentum of the movement that we're having. This is something that if you want to engineer the behaviors within a society, the best way to get their movement to stop is to misdirect them in a direction that makes them think that they are doing something useful, but it's not really useful. Basically, small little changes that is not really going to be that effective. It's entertaining, it's going to contribute to just scrolling on social media, and you're liking, commenting, sharing, and you think you're doing something significant, but you're not. درست بودین؟
بله ممنونم. کل پوینت، کل ایده اینجا توی مثال براتون میگم. شما اگر 1 میلیون کامنت زیر پست داشته باشین توی سوشال مدیا، اندازه اینکه 100 نفر بخوان برن حالا دم یک سفارت پرچمو بگیرن دستشون ارزش نداره. برای همین جمهوری اسلامی یا حالا همراهان خودش میخواد انرژی شما رو توی این مسیر خالی بکنه که شما راههای موازی و تاثیرگذار رو نبینید. پس با باور به این موضوع میریم سمت این که حالا پلن چیه، برنامه چیه. کلیت پلن، رودمپ اصلی که ما داریم اینه که تک تک آدم هایی که همراه ما هستن، چه هموطن، چه خارج از ایران، چه داخل ایران، چه از هر ملیتی، همین که دل در گلو مردم ایران و ایران دارن با ما هم رزم حساب میشن. هر کسی که توی این رزم، توی این بتل همراه ما هست، یک نفره، یک پرسوناست و هر پرسونایی قابلیت‌های خودش رو داره. یک نفری روانشناسی خونده، یک نفری حساب داره، یک نفری راننده است، یک نفری بیزنسمنه و به تعداد این افراد ما راه‌های تاثیرگذار داریم. پس در واقع این یک توهمه که همه باید با هم بیان یه کار متحد مثلا مثل کامنت گذاشتن بکنن تا ترامپ بیاد مثلا کشتیاشو بیاره داخل مثلا مسیر و جمهوری اسلامی رو از بین ببره. این دقیقا همون نیوزیه که من به شما دارم میگم. شما در مقابل یک صحنه‌ای هستین که برای شما ساخته میشه، اما در کنارش باید اگر توی خودتون رو توی جنگ میبینین باید واقعیت‌ها رو ببینید. جنگیدن خیلی کار پیچیده‌ایه. باید هوشمندانه باشید، باید با چشم باز انجامش بدید. پس پلن چی میشه؟ اینه که هر کسی بر اساس پتانسیل خودش بیاد تعریف مسئله بکنه و این مسئله ها رو ما تبدیل به کار سازماندهی شده بکنیم. به عنوان مثال توی این چند روز ما چند قدم برداشتیم. اولین قدم این بوده که داریم یادداشت میکنیم از داخل ایران و خارج از ایران هر کسی رو که میبینیم که با جمهوری اسلامی همکاری کرده یا اثری ازش مونده یا توی این مسیر هست، از خبرنگار گرفته تا سرکوبگر تا سوشال مدیا اینفلوئنسر، دست همه مشخصه. یه جدایی به وجود اومده که هر کسی ساید خودش رو مشخص کرده. قدم اینه که ما داریم اینا رو یادداشت میکنیم. من میخوام از گلدی اگر صلاح میدونه توی شیر اسکرینش اون سایتی که دادم رو باز بکنه و یه توضیح بریف روش به مردم بده.
اینا رو ترجمه کنم اول؟
بله حتما.
الان سایت رو میارم.
Okay, so he's to make his point. He's giving an example to show this point. He's saying, for example, imagine if you on social media under a Trump post, you have 1 million comments asking Trump to do some certain thing, to comment, do an attack or something. He's saying those 1 million comments are not as effective as 100 people in front of an embassy, basically protesting in front of embassy. So you have to basically spend your energy in the place that is the most effective way. So based on all of this, let's see what the roadmap is. Every individual inside Iran, outside of Iran, whether you are Iranian or not Iranian, as long as your heart is with the Iranian people, you are a fellow fighter. You're basically fighting in this fight along our side. So each person has to see what they can do based on their own abilities. Somebody is a nurse, somebody is a businessman, somebody might be a psychologist. So it's wrong to suggest that everybody should be doing the same thing. Like if somebody says everybody come do this or that, that's wrong, because everybody should see based on their own abilities what they're capable of. But the idea that everybody do this and that, that's what he says is the news but not fact. That's the picture that they're trying to paint for you, that has been painted for you to misdirect your energy in the wrong way. We are all in war. This is war. So each individual needs to be intelligent and use their individual intelligence to figure out how to use their own abilities best. So he gives, for example, an example for some of them who have been observing everybody and basically taking names in the past couple of days. They're trying to see exactly who in these few days is helping the Islamic Republic and who's taking one side, whether they're a social media influencer, whether they're a newspaper writer, a commentator, a regime force, a suppressing regime force, whoever they are, whatever they're doing, everybody is paying attention on who's doing what, to make sure that we have their names at this point, because everyone's cards are on the table right now. Basically, we can see where everybody's standing, and we basically are taking those names. Okay.
Yeah. I just want to read this as well, because guys, like this, when we tell you, like, some people think that, Iran is like, I don't know, like Somalia or like, I don't know, some like third world country. It's not. Iranian people are very, very intelligent, very, very smart. And, despite being occupied by like a brutal seventh century Islamic regime, Iranian people are incredibly educated, and, they've been able to find ways to like circumvent the situation. And, again, like pretty much everyone speaks and understands English. So one of the things that people in occupied Iran have been doing is, right here, anyone who has collaborated with the Islamic Republic, anyone whose trace remains, or anyone who is still on this path, from journalists to repressors to social media influencers, their hands are all visible now. A separation has occurred where everyone has clearly cast their own shadow and shown where they stand. The step we are taking now is that we are documenting these people. So, you know how like in our chat we say teketun? The teketun is now starting. So let me go to the website here.
همزمان که شما وبسایت اسکرول میکنی، من چند تا توضیح هم میدم. نکته اصلی اینه که این وبسایت ساخته شده همونجوری که اسمش هست فقط برای اینکه مزدورها رو شناسایی بکنیم. سازوکاری وبسایت داره که اگه اسکرول کنین به سمت پایین، سازوکاری داره که حالا چه شما میتونی بهش دیتا بدی، چه میتونی بیای دیتا ها رو بررسی بکنی. به عنوان به همین فرد اگه شما کلیک بکنی با هر عکس و محتوایی که توی محیط اطراف هست، شما میتونی بیای طرف رو به عنوان مزدور ثبت بکنی و اینجا حالا به غیر از مشخصاتی که میگیره، اسم، فامیل یا هر چیز دیگه، آدم‌های دیگه میتونن بیان کلابریت کنن و اینا رو اضافه بکنن. در کنارش هم حالا به غیر از مدارکی که اونجا ثبت میشه، رأی‌گیری هم روی سیستم هست که شما بگین آقا این آدمو چقدر مزدور میشناسین یا چقدر در واقع با بقیه مخالف هستین. سیستم طوری طراحی شده که هم به شما کمک بکنه مزدورها رو شناسایی بکنید، هم به شما کمک بکنه مزدورها رو اضافه بکنید. گلی اگر برید توی لیست مزدورها، حالا 300 تا بیشتر، حدودا 250 تا توی این چند روز ثبت نشده، ولی اگه برید توی لیستشون میتونی مثلا رو هر کسی که کلیک بکنی میتونی شما داریم فکر می‌کنم دمو موبایلش رو میگیری، درسته؟
نه مزدوریاب.com دیگه.
آره درسته.
زوم اوت
اگر
کن.
آفرین زومات اگه بکنی، چون زوم این شد یه خورده. عالی.
زوم این که
اگر
میکنیم میشه.
آفرین اگه
بفهم.
یکم بیاین پایین‌تر، مثلا مشاهده همه رو بزنید شما.
اوکی بذار اینو من به زبان انگلیسی ترنسلیت بکنم.
من بگم چیزایی رو که گفت تو.
آره
فقط یه بار دیگه با هم مرور بکنیم. پوینت اصلی اینه که این سایت ساخته شده برای اینکه دیتابیس جمع بکنه و دیتابیس رو اصلاح بکنه، همزمان هم یه سیستم دموکراتی روش هست که بتونه رأی گیری بکنه بابت اینکه چه کسی از همه مزدورتره.
اوکی. اسم وبسایت چیه؟
مزدوریاب.com.
مزدوریاب.com. اوکی سو و اینو خودتون ساختین؟ اینو شما ساختین؟
بله.
Okay, so apparently he built a website called Mozduriab, which is designed to find the mercenaries of the Islamic Republic, basically meaning that everybody, Mozdur, by the way, guys, it means mercenary. Basically, it's a way that we refer to anybody who is helping the Islamic Republic. So he has built a website for finding and identifying the everybody that is who's helping the Islamic Republic. It's basically a Mozduriab means mercenary finder. Yeah. So Mozduriab basically literally translates to mercenary finder. Mercenary finder. That's what Mozdur means, mercenary. Yab means finder. So Mozduriab means mercenary finder. So it's a database. This website is a database for it to collect, fix, and democratically for people to vote on. So everybody could actually participate. People could actually add the people, the people they have in mind. They could participate in fixing the information, and they could also, it has a democratic process where people could actually vote and correct the information on it. You could check everyone's information. You could add any name for other people to evaluate, also to vote on, to see if you're correct or not, if the information could be investigated and corrected as you go. And other people are invited to collaborate and add names and also vote to identify the pro-regime people. Can we put the link to this website in the chat?
I already did.
Okay.
So guys, this is the really important part here, is that yeah, exactly. So Taylor just said, I like that it's democratic, so it doesn't, but exactly. So it's very democratic, right? So people put up, but as you can see here, like a lot of it is under review, right? And then for example, like once it's confirmed, so like this person, for example, right, has been identified. And then, you know, there's also like additional, like there's basically proof and stuff, right? So it's basically like, you know, and then people who haven't, and then, you know, there's an opportunity, like if there's an option to like dispute it or something if you want. So yeah, it's very, very democratic.
Can we get the link one more time, people?
Yeah, it's mozduriab.com. Here you go.
Oh, mozduriab.com.
Here, I'll put it in both chats.
Yeah, thank you. Because I think people in my chat didn't get it.
Okay. I'll also put it on X as well, guys. I'll put it on X as well. ببین این برای ایرانیام خیلی خوبه. ایرانیان خارج از کشور، چون که خب مزدورا زیاد هستن، خودمون هم میدونیم کیا هستن، میتونین عکس و اطلاعات و همه چیشون تو همین وبسایت بذارین که بچه‌ها تو ایران، بچه‌ها که گارد جاویدان تو ایران این وبسایت رو درست کردن برامون.
This is in direct response to Prince Reza. This is in direct response to Prince Reza Pahlavi's order to document people's names. This is like completely in line with what the prince asked us to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, ادامه بدید.
این در واقع یک مثاله از این که من بگم آقا شما خشمتون و انرژیتون رو باید جمع بکنید روی کار هدفمند. البته من اصلاح بکنم، این وبسایت رو من نساختم، ما ساختیم، آدم
ما
هایی که
yeah.
با هم در ارتباط هستیم و یک حالا کسایی که میخوان اسمشون شنیده شه. من در واقع دارم از این فرصت استفاده میکنم که هم ابزار رو پروموت کنم، هم به بقیه بگم که آقا کار سازماندهی باید این شکلی باشه که اثرش چند تا ویژگی داشته باشه. اولا سریع خنثی نشه، برعکس کامنت گذاشتن اینجور حرفا، تاثیرگذار باشه، پرمننت باشه و از همه مهمتر اینه که اثر متقابل داشته باشه. تمام این چهرهایی که شما دارین
ببخشید
میبینین،
یه بار دیگه سه تا ویژگی رو اگه میشه یه بار دیگه سه تا ویژگی رو بگید.
اولیش اینه که کوتاه نباشه، مثل کامنت گذاشتن نیاد تو تایملاین گم بشه و بره. دومیش اینه که پرمننت باشه، یعنی تاثیرش به صورت دائمی بمونه. حالا ما اینو روی وب 2 بردیم بالا، ولی همزمان هم داریم روی بلاک چین ثبتش میکنیم که اینا تا ابد بمونن، اصلا نشه پاکشون کرد یا سانسورشون کرد. و مسئله سوم از همه مهمتر اینه که جواب متقابل درست میکنه. یعنی تمام این آدم هایی که شما میبینید اینا همه آدم هایی بودن که به پشتوانه این که هیچ وقت دستشون رو نمیشه و پشتشون گرمه به سرمایه های نظام، حتی اگر نظام هم سقوط بکنه اینا میرن یه گوشه دنیا برای خودشون زندگیشون رو میکنن. هر چقدر ما این حلقه رو براشون تنگتر بکنیم طبیعتا اونا هم دست از حمایت نظام ور میدارن و ما به اون پروسه‌ای که میخوایم ماشین سرکوب نظام رو ازش بگیریم نزدیکتر بشیم. من یه نکته هم اینجا بگم، همونایی که توی خیابون به ما شلیک کردن دنبال سرکوب کردن صدای ما هم هستن. در واقع سرکوبگر فقط کسی نیست که اسلحه دستشه، سرکوبگر اونیه که میاد توی سوشال مدیا، حتی در قالب یک پادشاهی خواه، حتی در قالب یک نفوذی، سعی میکنه صدای ما رو بپوشونه. یکی از نکاتی که من توی تایملاین زیاد دیدم این بود که همه میومدن میگفتن که این کارو نکن، امنیت آدمای داخل رو شما در خطر میندازی، این کارو نکن مثلا تلفناتون شنود میشه. این دقیقا همون اکت تروره، همون ترسیه که جمهوری اسلامی میخواد تو دل مردم بندازه. و اگه یکتون از این صداهایی که میاد از داخل ایران بود، همه میدونستن که ما اینجا چیزی برای ترسیدن بینمون نمونده. ما اینجا
هستی؟
Maybe his connection died. He'll be back.
Yes.
He muted his
جواب
mic.
متقابل.
Let's give him a moment. Breaking.
Should I translate what
ببخشید
he
من
said?
تماس گرفت گوشیم، قطع کردم، یه لحظه میکروفون رو قطع کردم.
نه خواهش میکنم.
ترجمه کنم صحبتایی که گفتی رو.
بله.
Okay, so he's saying what he's showing us here is an example of some more productive things that we could do. Okay, so he's saying the productive things that we could do. He's not suggesting that we all should be doing this. Everybody should see what their capacity is and what their ability is and do that. This is an example of something that is much more productive than just leaving comments, for example. And he's saying the things that we could do need to have a proper response right now has 3 characteristics. Oh, but also, by the way, he clarified that he didn't make this website single-handedly. He says we made it. It's not I didn't make it, we made it, right? So it's a group effort, right? He's telling us that this is an example for how we could direct our rage and our energy in the right direction. And so the three characteristics that a proper response should have are this. One, they shouldn't be short. There shouldn't be something that you do and has a short effect. So for example, if you leave a comment on social media, it just gets lost in the timeline. It just has a short time effect, and it doesn't have a long lasting effect, right? But it needs to have a more permanent effect, right? Also, more long last. That's actually characteristic number 2. It needs to have a permanent result, right? So, for example, what he's saying is that this website is right now built in Web 2, but to make it more permanent, they're also going to try to make it in Web 3, meaning using blockchain, something that they're going to put it on blockchain so that nobody could actually erase it ever again by moving it from Web 2 to Web 3. Three, it needs to be something that has a counter response. Like you need to do something that changes their behavior. Like you can't just do things for if that doesn't actually make their behavior change. There needs to be a counter response to what you do. So for example, when you expose these people on this website, what you're doing is you're tightening the noose around their neck, and it's going to make them basically realize that there's consequences for what they're doing, and this is going to make a lot of them give up what they're doing, because they for the first time they see there are a lot of people. The reason why they continue to support the regime, because their understanding is that there's no consequences. They're always going to be, they can do these things all the time and get away with it, and there's always going to be somewhere for them to go. But by putting this website out there, a lot of these people realize that they're not as safe as they used to think. So there's consequences for what they're doing, and this is going to change their behavior, right? And he also then added that it's important to understand that people on social media or other places where they are, when the people who are suppressing the voices of Iranian people, they are the same people who are shooting the Iranian people. So he's saying that suppressing the Iranian people doesn't just come in the format of Iranians in the streets being shot at. It also comes in the format of coming on social media and basically changing the narrative or spreading misinformation or misdirecting people's energy. Even sometimes they might be coming in the form of a monarchist or or somebody that has infiltrated. So sometimes even somebody might put a crown logo on their profile and say Javid Shah, but they're coming out and spreading misinformation and stuff like that. So you have to be very careful. This is so yeah, basically saying this is basically people who do this are basically at the same level as the people in Iran who are shooting at people.
ممنونم. در همین راستا میخوام این موضوع رو منشن بکنم که تمام راههایی که پروپاگاندا جمهوری اسلامی رو تشکیل میده بسیار راههای پیچیده‌ای میشه و در واقع برنامه‌های پیچیده‌ای هم دارن برای اینکه سر مردم رو شیره بمالن، همونجوری که تا الان انجام دادن. ولی من یه پادزهر براتون بهش معرفی میکنم. مهمترین پادزهری که برای اینکه توی این چرخه گیر نکنیم اینی که در نظر داشته باشیم جمهوری اسلامی یک جماعت تروریستن. هر جوری که اینا میخوان وحشت رو به مردم انتقال بدن، راهیه که به جمهوری اسلامی ختم میشه. من یه مثال برای شما میزنم. جمهوری اسلامی 50 ساله، بیشتر از 45 ساله که داره منشن میکنه که مردم برای اینکه بخوان مثلا مقابله کنن باهاش باید بیان توی خیابون، که بتونه دوباره سرکوبشون کنه، که بتونه دریای خون را بندازه، که باز دوباره از قبیل همون ترس زندگی بکنه. و با پروژکت کردن این موضوع رو ذهن تمام مردم دنیا عملا فقط یک راهو داره برای خودش نشون میده، اونم اینه که مردم باید کشته بشن تا جمهوری اسلامی بره. اما واقعیت این نیست. واقعیت اینه که جمهوری اسلامی رو ما به چندین و چند روش دیگه هم میتونیم ساقط بکنیم. حالا روش‌های روانشناسی هست، روش‌های اقتصادی هست و موضوعات دیگری که در ادامه باهاش صحبت میکنیم. تمام هدف من از صحبت کردن با آدم‌هایی که میخوان با پروپاگاندا رژیم آشنا بشن اینه که رد خون رو شما باید بگیرین. هر جایی که، هر سخنی که، هر حرفی که از این منشأ اومد نباید پاک بشه. اوکی.
ببین منظورت اینه که هر موقع داره درباره خون، درباره هزینه خون صحبت میشه، این پروپاگاندای جمهوری اسلامیه.
هر جوری ببین جمهوری اسلامی میخواد شما رو فورس بکنه به سمت اینکه راهی که تش به خشم و خون ختم میشه، در صورتی که راههای دیگه‌ای هم هست. حالا از هر طریق و بلندگویی شما رو داره به این سمت میبره، بدونین که این پروپاگاندا رژیم.
Okay, so he says in this line of thinking, what you have to understand that the Islamic Republic has a very complex propaganda method, right? The Islamic Republic propaganda tools are very complex to basically be able to fool the people, but he says that he has an antidote to this. Based on the understanding that the Islamic Republic is a terrorist group, is a terrorist state. ببین یه لحظه من قبل از اینکه اینو ترجمه کنم باید ازت سوال بکنم از کجا مثلا من شخصا از کجا مثلا تشخیص بدم که این خودش مثلا پروپاگاندای جمهوری اسلامی نیست که با من تو خیابون نجنگین از روش‌های دیگه استفاده کنین اینو من از کجا تشخیص بدم
ببین همین که ذهنیت شما رو محدود به یک اقدام بکنه میشه پروپاگاندای رژیم. این که بگه حتما باید ترامپ حمله بکنه، حتما مردم باید بیان تو خیابون کشته بشن، اینا میشه تکنیک پروپاگاندا.
من از کجا بفهمم که مثلا این خودش پروپاگاندای جمهوری اسلامی نباشه که بیاد بگه به من حمله نکنید از روش‌های روانشناسی و اقتصادی به جاش استفاده کنید. اینو از کجا
به خاطر اینکه این کار نمیکنه. به عنوان مثال من الان اگه بیام کانال‌های صندوق حمایت از اعتصاب درست بکنم مستقیم میاد مسخرهش میکنه، میگه صندوق حمایت از اعتصاب که جواب نمیده. یا مثلا پول بخوام بفرستم داخل ایران میگه این پولا که کلاهبرداری میشه، در صورتی که اینا مهمترین راهان و میاد ذهن شما رو میبره به سمت اینکه نه حتما مردم باید بیان تو خیابون و کشته بشن تا ما بریم. یه دونه کوت خیلی مهم هست از همین آخونده، حالا شخصی که گفته رو یادم نمیاد، ولی گفته که ما جمهوری ایران رو 40 میلیون نفر تحویل گرفتیم و 40 میلیون نفر تحویل خواهیم داد. متوجه هستی؟ یعنی انقدر اگرم بخوایم بریم انقدر آدم میکشیم تا دوباره برگردیم به همون مقدار آدمایی که بودیم. این کلا راه و رویه جمهوری اسلامی. جمهوری اسلامی با ذهن پویا مخالفت داره، با راههای پویا مخالفت. حالا اگه یک کسی میاد شما رو محدود میکنه، اگر پروپاگانداش نباشه متاسفانه بازی رو خورده، نباید خطش رو ادامه بده.
ولی نمیگی این راههای دیگه استفاده نشه، میگی راههای دیگه اضافه بشه.
بله درسته.
اوکی خیلی. So what he's saying is that given how complex and sophisticated the propaganda machine of the Islamic Republic is, so here's the antidote to it. So he has an antidote. So but based on the understanding that the Islamic Republic is a terrorist state, what they try to do and what they, based on what the fact that we have established that their main tool is to use fear and terror, wherever you see any form of anything that increases that fear, that is coming from the Islamic Republic. So then he gets more specific by saying, for 50 years, the Islamic Republic has spread this idea that the only way to topple the Islamic Republic is for millions of people having to die. So basically saying that the only way the Islamic Republic will fall is for us to have a bloodbath in the streets. So you're like, oh, the Iranian people, do you want to topple me? The only way you could do that is to go through a sea of blood. And this is a mechanism for the Islamic Republic to suggest there's no other way for me to be toppled than you doing this, so that a lot of people are afraid to topple the regime because they actually believe that there's no other way. There's no other way other than rivers of blood. And a lot of people must die for the Islamic Republic to fall. But what he's suggesting is that this is not the only way. And I want to emphasize, he's not saying that we shouldn't be fighting the Islamic Republic in the streets. He's also not saying that we shouldn't, an attack is not is not helpful from, by Israel and the United States. He's not saying that. But he's saying that in addition to all of that, we should not be limited to that. We should add other ways to this. It's the Islamic Republic's propaganda and their fear-mongering to try to suggest that this is the only way, so that we only focus on one thing and don't think about the other methods that we could add to this fight. For example, there's psychological fight, there's information war, there's psychological war, there's economic war. And all of these methods, we should be using all of them and not just limited to just one form of fight against the Islamic Republic.
Armin, I checked the directory. You're not there, so you're clear.
Oh, thank you.
You're not on Mosduriab.
Yes, I didn't think so, but thank you for letting me know.
Just wanted to confirm.
ببخشید من اگه شک کردم، چون میدونی که بالاخره با خودتون گفتیم باید هوشیار باشیم و میخوام یه موقع و خودتون هم میگی که جمهوری اسلامی خیلی روش‌های زیرکانه‌ای داره که مثلا بیاد از پلتفرم‌ها استفاده بکنه که یه اخبار دروغ رو پخش بکنه. من اگه یه موقع شک میکنم، برای اینکه دارم سعی میکنم حواسم باشه یه موقع مثلا سوء استفاده نشه. درسته؟
بله، من استقبال میکنم و توی این مسیر تنها نیستیم. بارها من حمله قرار گرفتیم از در مقابل اینا، برای همین الان هم از همیشه آماده تریم در مقابلش.
اوکی، خیلی
اینجا قسمت آخر، یعنی بعدش دیگه در خدمت شما و کسایی که توی روم هست.
به من اگه تونستی بعدش آخرش به یه به گلدی و منم اگه تونستی به من بگو که مثلا با ظرفیتی که ما اینجا داریم پیشنهاد چیه که ما چه جوری میتونیم بیشترین کمک ها بکنیم با این پلتفرمی که گلدی اینجا داره. اینم اگه میشه یه پیشنهاد برای ما هم بده اگه تونه.
دقیقاً توی این قسمت صحبت ها میخوام در همین مورد صحبت بکنم.
دمت گرم، ببخشید، بفرمایید.
خواهش میکنم. در موضوع اصلی تمام صحبت هایی که ما کردیم این بود که ما میخوایم جمهوری اسلامی رو سرنگون کنیم و اومدیم جمهوری اسلامی رو به عنوان یک دشمن شناختیم و ابزارش رو پیدا کردیم و میخوایم خلع سلاحش بکنیم با شجاعت و در مقابلش با هوشمندی و در مقابلش با کار برنامه‌ریزی شده. جمهوری اسلامی به عنوان حکومت مزدوری که فقط سلاح دستشه دوست داره جبهه رو محدود بکنه به فقط جایی که بخواین شما با سلاح رو در رو بجنگین. اصلا طرفدار این نیست که از دور بزنینش، اصلا طرفدار این نیستش که کانالای مالیشو ببندین، اصلا طرفدار این نیستش که کسایی که لابیش میکنن و در واقع رسوا کنید، به خاطر اینکه تو اون جبهه ها یاری نداره و در واقع جمهوری اسلامی میاد جبهه رو محدود میکنه و فقط درگیری خیابونی. حالا اگر
یه بار جبهه های دیگه رو که مثال زدی که دوست نداره رو یه بار دیگه 3 مثال رو تو بزن.
در واقع شامل بازوهای پروپاگانداش میشه. تو هر جایی با لابی کسایی که لابی میکنن یا پروپاگاندا میکنن به جنگیم دوست نداره، به خاطر همین میاد ما رو ترال میکنه و منم همیشه میگم به ترالا غذا ندید. اگه کامنت براتون میذارن، اگر میگن فلانه یا هر چیزی، بهترین کاری که شما با اینا میتونین بکنین اینه که بهشون بی‌توجهی کنید. کار بهتر اینه که بلاکشون کنید. ولی به محض اینکه با یک ترال تو سوشال مدیا درگیر بشین، 2 گل به خودمون زدیم، هم بهش ایمپرشن دادیم، هم انرژیمون رو مصرف کردیم. در مورد این موضوع جمهوری اسلامی دوست نداره که روی جبهه‌های اقتصادی جلوشو بگیرن. همیشه یه جوری جلوه میده که حالا یا راهش ممکن نیست یا مثلا کلاهبرداریه یا هر چیز دیگه ای. و از همه مهمتر جمهوری اسلامی در مقابل آگاهی میجنگه. هر چقدر که مردم آگاه تر بشن، همونجوری که مردم داخل ایران آگاه شدن، آگاهی که حالا گلدی هم به این موضوع اشاره میکنه، آگاهی که مردم ایران در حال حاضر دارن نسبت به علوم سیاسی، نسبت به جامعه دموکراتیک، نسبت به مذاهب و همه اینجور حرفا خیلی بیشتر از آدمای دیگه تو اطراف دنیاست، به خاطر اینکه تمام این مدت از این طریق سرکوب شدن. پس جمهوری اسلامی از آگاهی هم میترسه. حالا رفرنس میدم به اون حرفی که اول زدم، هر آدمی پرسونای متفاوتی داره و باید وقتی توی این جبهه میخواد بجنگه بیاد توی زمینهای متفاوتی که به شخصیتش میخوره شروع به جنگیدن بکنه. لازم نیست که مثلا اگر یک نفری مثلا فعال مثلا حقوقی خوبیه حتما بیاد تو خیابون بجنگه یا برعکسش، یا در کنارش بریم همه بشیم در واقع سیاستمدار، بریم با سناتورها صحبت بکنیم که بیاین حالا به ایران مثلا کمک بکنه به مردمش و اینجور حرفا. اینا همه مثالیه واسه اینکه این ذهنیت من شفاف بشه و در واقع اجازه ندم که ترالا بخوان حرفمو با حاشیه ببرن یا داستان دیگه به وجود بیارن. در راستای تمام اینا ما اومدیم در واقع یک حزبی رو درست کردیم، یک یونیونی رو درست کردیم به اسم ایران نشنال دیجیتال رزیستنس، کوتاهش میشه INDR. تمام ایرانیانی و کسایی که حالا خودشون رو همراه ایرانیان میدونن در سرتاسر دنیا اگر دل در گروه ایران دارن و دل در گروه میهن دارن باید به مقاومت دیجیتال هم بپیوندن. ما فقط خیابون رو نداریم، فضای دیجیتال رو هم داریم و این در واقع حزب هدفش اینه که از چندین جبهه به جمهوری اسلامی فشار بیاره و در کنارش هم از چندین جبهه از مردم ایران حمایت بکنه. به غیر از حالا 4 اصلی که شاهزاده گفته و ما تو اساسنامه‌مون هم داریم و بهش باور داریم، هدف‌ها و ویژن این سازمان اینه که بیاد کار سازماندهی شده در چندین جهت بکنه. اگر شما سوشال مدیا اینفلوئنسری ما بهت نیاز داریم، اگر شما حقوقدانی ما بهت نیاز داریم، اگر شما کار دفتری میتونی بکنی داکیومنتیشنت قویه ما بهت نیاز داریم، اگر شما مثلا سرمایه داری نیاز داریم، اگر شما پزشکی ما بهت نیاز داریم، اگر شما اوزینت کار میکنی ما بهت نیاز داریم. خلاصه هر کسی که طبق این اصول بیاد با ما باور یکی داشته باشه میتونه بیاد به صورت لیزر فوکوس توی اون مسیر خودش با جمهوری اسلامی بجنگه و از مردم ایران حمایت بکنه. این دوتا اتفاق باید همزمان با هم رخ بده. یعنی شما ایران رو بدون مردمش نخواهی داشت و مردم رو بدون ایران نخواهی داشت. اگر میخوای جمهوری اسلامی رو از بین ببری باید مردم هم قوی بکنی که این همیشه صحبت‌های شاهزاده هم بوده. پس ته نتیجه گیری من اعلام رسمی این سازمانه که حالا در ادامه من در خدمت سوالاتون هستم.
پوتیپتو فقط میخواستم بهت بگم پوتیپتو میخواستم بهت بگم که این وبسایت مزدوریا با الان به علی کریمی فرستادم و به چند نفر دیگه و ازشون خواستم که همین وبسایت رو روی سایت های خودشون هم سوشال میዲای خودشون هم پخش بکنن.
خیلی ممنونم ازت، همیشه به ما کمک‌های بزرگی کردی.
خواهش کنم. چیز خیلی کم.
من ببخشید میپرسم، امیدوارم فقط اگه یه کسی بپرسه که مثلا ما از کجا بدونیم که این وبسایت خودش از طرف جمهوری اسلامی نیست، اینو چجوری جواب بدیم بهش؟
ببین آرمین، اولا من از Q&A حمایت میکنم. اتفاقا هر چقدر سوالهای اینطوری داریم باید پرسیده بشه که جواب داده بشه، چون بالاخره به وجود میاد، لازمش بابت نیست از من معذرت خواهی بکنی. در ادامه هم شما در نظر بگیر این وبسایت مال جمهوری اسلامیه، از چه چیزی میخواد استفاده بکنه؟ این دیتابیس که داره دیتابیس مزدورا رو ثبت میکنه و شما نمیتونی مثلا مردم عادی رو توش بذاری. درسته، رای گیری میشه، همه چیز فکت چک داره میشه و مسیر پروف داره. و دومیش اینه که شما بگی جمهوری اسلامی میخواد از هویت من استفاده بکنه و منو چون اومدم توی این سایت در خطر قرار بده. این دوتایی که به ذهن من میرسه. و اصل انونیمیتی توی این سایت رعایت شده و شما بدون لاگین میتونید توی وبسایت فعالیت بکنید. حالا اگه بخوای کانتریبیوتور بشی یا بخوای ادمین بشی از لایه‌های دیگه باید بگذری که ما خودمونم سخت میگیریمش. قرار نیستش که هر کسی بیاد اینجا و بتونه دیتابیس رو دستکاری بکنه. حالا مکانیزم‌های پیچیده‌ای داره که هر موقع خواستیم بیشتر در موردش صحبت می‌کنم، ولی این دو تا سوال به ذهن من میرسه، این جوابا رو براش دارم. اگه شما سوال دیگه‌ای دارین بازم در خدمتتون.
اسم گروه چی بود؟ من آیان دی ایرانیان نشنال
دیجیتال رزिस्टنس.
اوکی، خیلی خوب. Okay, so what he said is, if given that the main topic that we're talking about is toppling the Islamic Republic, so what we have reviewed so far is that we have learned about the true nature of the Islamic Republic. We have learned what tools and what weapons it uses, and we also talked about how to disarm it, right? And we have also talked about how we need to do that with intelligence and awareness. So, yeah. So, given that the Islamic, what remains of the Islamic Republic is the weapons that it has, and it doesn't have anything else other than using its weapons against the people in the streets, then it wants everybody to just come and fight it in that battlefield, because it cannot fight. It's not able anymore to fight in different. You remember, guys, we said that it's a bubble and there's nothing left of the Islamic Republic other than the guns that it has that shoots at people. It doesn't have anything else left. Other than that, everything else has fallen apart. But because that's the only thing it has remaining, it wants to focus all the fight that it could do in the streets, so that everybody just focuses in coming into the streets, because that's the only place where it could actually fight, which is basically shooting at people. By the way, none of this is suggesting that Iranian people should not come into the streets. Obviously, I just want to add this myself, that the only way for us to eventually be successful is by Iranian people to come into the streets in the millions, so that we could actually recapture government centers, right? but he's saying that what he's saying is that we should also focus on these other areas where the Islamic Republic doesn't want us to pay attention to because it has no ability to fight on those other fronts. So what are those other fronts? What are those other battlefields that we should be fighting that the Islamic Republic is trying to basically distract us away from those? And it also always, trolls or misinforms and tries to make fun of the idea that these other methods don't work. So, for example, if you are, so when it comes to propaganda, right? So he gave us an example, like if you are somebody that is good at lobbying and fighting propaganda, that should be something that you could focus on. And also he also gave a important point that there's going to be a lot of government trolls that will come and try to make fun of what you're doing or try to get like false information. And he said you shouldn't be reacting to the trolls, because if you react to the trolls, you have done two things. First of all, you gave them impression, and also you wasted your energy, the energy that could be used on something else. So he literally just said don't feed the trolls, right? And then we have the propaganda battlefield, and then we have the economic battlefield, and the Islamic Republic and it tries to convince people that there's no way that's an important battlefield that you could fight against it. But that's the reason why it's doing that, because this is actually an important battlefield that we need to be fighting against the Islamic Republic. And also the Islamic Republic, also, for example, another battle front is that it continues to try to fight against awareness. And as Goldie often mentions, the Iranian people are the most aware people in the world, and he agrees with that. Their awareness of social sciences, of politics, of the news, their level of analysis is at a higher level compared to any other people around the world, and that's because of the experience that they had, because of what they went through. The Iranian people have very high political and social sciences, and their history and awareness of the news. It's at a very high level, and the Islamic Republic tries to fight against that, because it tries to fight against the awareness that people have, because it's one of its weaknesses. So every person has to basically recognize, based on their own abilities and based on their own personality, which front and which battlefield to participate in, whether they're a doctor or a nurse or a lawyer or a politician or anything. They have to decide which one of these battlefields makes more sense for them. Right? There's no one answer fit all situation. And then he went to talk about this union that they created, that he and his other people have created, which is Iranian National Digital Resistance. He and his other people have created this union, this group, this party, which the short version is INDR, Iranian National Digital Resistance. For anybody who wants to join and fight the digital, to basically go into the digital fight, the digital battle front. این برای ایرانیاست یا برای همه است؟ اینو به من بگید یه لحظه.
ببینید اساسا سایت برای همه کار میکنه. هر کسی که هر دیتایی دیده میتونه وارد بکنه، ولی زبان اصلیش فارسی. اگه حالا من تو آپدیت میگم زبان انگلیسی هم اضافه بکنه.
Okay, so everybody could participate in this website. Its main language right now is Persian, but he's saying that he's going.
اصلا لازم نیست انگلیسی بذاری، بذار همون فارسی بمونه بهتره، چون که like you have more important things to focus on. اینم بیشتر برای ایرانی‌ها، چون که خب خارجی‌ها که نمیدونن کی مزدور نیست، خودشون میتونن ترنسلیت بکنن، مگر اینکه آپدیتش راحت باشه. ولی
they could consume, so they could identify, because some of these people live in Canada, some of them live in the UK, so it might be a good idea for people.
I guess, but the site is for Iranians, okay. Right? And then the other thing as well is it's still a democratic process. So just because someone's put up there, it still has to go under review. So I think just, okay. Keeping it in Farsi is probably best, like save your resources elsewhere. But guys, anyone can translate the website. Like I'm translating it right now using Google Translate. So there you go. You can just do that to translate it. I have a few questions, Armin, when you're done.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, so basically we need to be laser focused on what works the best. And Iran is not Iran without its people, and the Iranian people are
Oh, I
not
see.
the Iranian people without Iran. And yep, I also just wanted to say, like, do you have any specific suggestions for Goldie and I on
Hey,
how
before
we
we
could
get
be
to that,
diversified?
sorry, before we get to that, Armin, because I have some questions too I want to ask. So okay, I see people in the chat, they're saying they want to translate it in English as well. Okay, پوتیف اگه تونستین لطفاً اینم به انگلیسی داشته باشین، translate بکنین، چون که انگار خیلی از ایرانی‌ها هستن که they don't read or speak or read Persian. So I can't show on the screen how to do the translation because it's just sharing my screen. Potipto, I just want to go to some of the super chats first, and then we'll go to Armin's question. So just a few messages from people, because we have some big supporters who are really grateful you're here. So don't mess with Texas says, long live Iran and her indigenous people. Melanie Nameli says, your heroes and heroines are the absolute hope and light for Iran. Zamin Moqaddas, we love you. And then we have this one. So Potipcho, this is an American. So Potipcho, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of Americans support you and support all Iranians. So one of our American viewers here said, let the immortals know that we Americans are rooting for you guys and praying for Iran. Javid Shah Bepish, the eagle is coming. Bepish به خاطر آهنگ فریدون فرخزاده دیگه Bepish معروف شده. So, and then the eagle is coming. That's a reference to the eagle of the United States coming to rescue the lions of Iran. So that's sort of a unity there that Americans have with all of us. Thank you for that. Noli Bug says, Petito, you're a hero. We hear you. We stand with you. We love you. Javid Shah, freedom is coming. And then we have, I can't wait to come to Iran. Kiss all of your hands. Thank you so much. Hopefully very soon. Love and light. And are people aware? Oh, Potipcho, this is an important question. So Colden asks, are the people aware of all the military help that is in place and all the boats on the way that should be there by Saturday at the latest? That's a question for you.
Of course که تمام مردم تقریبا اینو میدونن و هم هر روز دارن چک میکنن که میلیمتر به میلیمتر این داستان چجوری داره پیش میره. اما در کنارش یه نگرانی بزرگی هم برای من به وجود میاره، اینه که انقدر ما تمرکز بکنیم روی این کشتی‌ها، اگر کشتی‌ها بیان و هیچ کاری نکنن پشتش حس سرخوردگی رو به وجود میاره. برای همینه که من دارم تلاش میکنم بگم که این هم قسمتی از کمکه، ما مردم اصل کاری هستیم.
Okay, you want me to translate that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so he said that the emphasis on the ships that are coming to help, there's a risk associated with that, because if they come and they don't do much, then that's going to cause a lot of demotivation among Iranians, right? So that's why he's trying to talk about them as part of what needs to be done, not the solution, just in case nothing much comes off of it. So that's why he's basically not putting all his eggs in one basket, and basically focusing more on what the Iranian people should do themselves. درست بود این حرفم؟
بله، و جواب اصلیم هم این بود که تمام مردم خبر دارن از این کمک.
Okay.
Okay, and all Iranians are aware of the help that is arriving. So Iranians inside Iran, they're all aware.
Yeah, they're aware that the American military is coming, and they're very hopeful. And yes, they're aware. One of our viewers says, Potipto, as an American from the USA, I greatly respect you and your fellow freedom warriors. I gladly stand in support for you warriors. Stay mighty. Javid Shah Bepish and Payande Iran. Potipto, a lot of non-Iranians have learned a lot of Farsi words, as you can tell. So thank you for that. Thought Crime, tell your viewers the meaning of the Immortals, and elite Iranian military unit and bodyguard of Persian kings, first formed under Cyrus the Great. Potipto, could you maybe give just a quick explanation of why you call yourself Iran's Immortal Guard, and then Armin can translate?
به فرمان شاه ما تصمیم گرفتیم که این گروه رو تشکیل بدیم و چه اسمی هم بهتر از همین گارد جاویدان که ریشه توی سیطره تاریخی ما داره و همین که ما امروز در مورد ارتشی صحبت میکنیم که 200 سال پیش تشکیل شده، نکته اصلی جاویدان بودنشه. پس ما هم به عنوان یک پیتریوت، به عنوان یک میهم پرست امروزی، باعث افتخارمونه که جزئی از گارد جاویدان باشه.
Okay, so what he says that by the order of the Shah Reza Pahlavi, we decided to make this group. So for people who are not aware, before this revolution started, Prince Reza Pahlavi had issued a booklet for Iranians inside Iran to create the what they called is the immortal guardians, which refers to something historic in Iran based on our ancient history, groups of 3 to 5 people. So he's saying that we created this group by the order of our king, and what a great name he has been given to these groups, Garda Javidan, which means the immortal guardians, which has roots in our ancient history. And the fact that the immortal part is good, that it has the immortal part, because this goes back to the point that he was making, that the people who are doing this in Iran, whether they die or not, they have become immortal. And he is saying that this name is very proper. And we as patriots decided to make this group to basically follow the orders of our king. گفتم همه چی رو یا یه چیز رو ننوشتم؟
پوینت این بود که ما افتخارمونه که جزئی از این گروه هستیم.
So he's saying we are proud to be part of this group. So his main point was that the fact that they are filled with pride to be part of this group. ببخشید قسمت رو ننوشته بود.
So the next comment is in German. I don't read German, but I use ChatGPT to translate. I appreciate your fight and your education/awareness work above all else. Please keep it up. The world needs more people like you. And then Goldie and ARMIN. I just want to see if there's any other like actual questions. America's coming to aid. Okay, so Potipto, people want you to know, Americans want you to know, America's coming to aid. We're not coming to replace the government. We will help Iran any way we can to build a democracy that the majority want. Thank you so much for that. Potipto, could you be able to maybe actually, you know what, Armin, why don't you go to your question first about, because you wanted to know what we can do, and then I have a few questions as well.
ببین یکی از بزرگترین نگرانی‌های من اینه که ما تو این شرایطی که هستیم، ما مهمترین کاری رو که باید انجام بدیم انجام نمیدیم. برای همین حالا که شما دسترسی داریم به شماها، میشه چون میگی هر کاری هم که هر کسی باید بکنه فرق میکنه دیگه بین آدم‌های مختلف، میتونی یه راهنمایی بکنی بر اساس قابلیت‌هایی که گلدی و من اینجا داریم. به نظرت آیا ما داریم کار درست انجام میدیم یا نه، و به نظر تمرکزمون رو روی چی بذاریم مفیدتره؟
ببین آرمین جان، حالا من گلدی رو از قبل‌تر میشناسم، یه مقدار آشناییت دارم با توانایی‌های شما رو اولین باره دارم میبینم. طبیعتاً اگه بیشتر آشنا بشم راههای بهتری هم به ذهنم میرسه، ولی همین که همین الان در همین لحظه شما یه کانالی به وجود آوردین که ما بتونیم صدای یه تعدادی از آدما رو به خارج از ایران برسونیم و بتونیم بر علیه جمهوری اسلامی برنامه‌ریزی بکنیم، همون کابوسیه که خامنه‌ای هر شب داره میبینه. پس این خودش یک قدم خیلی بزرگیه و اگه قرار باشه که کار بزرگتری بکنیم اینه که ثابت قدم باید باشیم. اگر امشب یک برنامه اجرا شد، اگر 24 برنامه است در واقع این اجرا داره میره، خب طبیعتا هر چقدر ممارست بیشتری داشته باشیم اثرمون هم بزرگتر میشه. به علاوه این که حالا من شخصا از طرف دوستانم، از شماها اصلا اینجا حضور دارم که خواهش بکنم که کمک بکنید این کانال پایدارتر بشه. این کانال مثل یک پورتال میمونه که در حال حاضر باز شده، ما میتونیم از طریقش یه سری کمک بفرستیم، یه سری دیتا بگیریم و یه سری برنامه‌ریزی‌ها بکنیم و معلوم نیست تا چه مدتی هم باز هست. پس هر باری که این پورتال بازه بهتره که با تمام توان ازش استفاده بکنیم، هر دو طرف.
منظور از این کانال همین کانال گلدیه که در این لایو استریمی که داریم میذاریم؟
کلا منظورم کانال ارتباطیه که در حال حاضر از داخل ایران به سمت شما ارتباط گرفته.
و از این کانال چه استفاده میشه کرد؟ گفتی چه کمک‌هایی میتونی ازش استفاده داشته می نوشتم؟
ببین ما کمک هامون چند دسته است. یه قسمتش در واقع حمایت که حالا میشه هم مالی هم احساسی. ما به خیلی از خانواده ها نیاز داریم که اصلا تراپی بشن. واقعا بحث تراپی جمعی رو باید خیلی جدی بگیریم، مخصوصا برای کسایی که الان، حالا من دنبال روزخونی نیستم ولی خیلی وقایع دارکی توی این چند روز رخ داده که تراماهای جمعی بسیار بزرگی به وجود آورده. حالا اگر کسی تیریبون داره طبیعتا میتونه بدتش به کسی که بتونه مستقیم با این آدما صحبت بکنه یا حمایت مالی بخواد بکنه، یا در کنارش از همه مهمتر اینه که حمایت خبری داشته باشیم، ارتباط خبری داشته باشیم، اخبار درست بره، اخبار درست بیاد. همون چیزی که من هدفمو گذاشته بودم و باید با همین پروپاگاندا بجنگیم. اینا میشه نتیجه چیزایی که توی این پلتفرم در حال حاضر هست. حالا برای گسترشش نیاز داریم که آدم‌های همجهت و همفکر ما بیان کار سازمان یافته کنار هم دیگه بکنیم. من خیلی مثلث
سازمان یافته.
پاسکال، آره خیلی مثلث پاسکال رو توی ذهنم دارم وقتی این کارا رو دارم میگم. با یک شروع میشه ولی به بی‌نهایت ختم میشه. مهمه هر یک نفر رو همراه خودمون بکنیم فقط.
Okay, Pascal. Okay, so he says that he doesn't know me as much. He mostly knows Goldie, so he can give more precise answers to what Goldie can do. And then he says, however, what this channel that Goldie has made here is creating a portal from to basically get the voice of the Iranian people from inside Iran to outside, and this by itself is exactly the nightmare of Khamenei. And what we need to do is keep this portal lasting. We just need to make sure that these portals just last longer, and the longer they last, they're going to have more of an impact. So just please make sure that these portals basically continue and they keep lasting. And he says that through these portals we could get help to the people who need it, and this help could come in many different forms, based on all the people in Iran who have lost. It could be financial, it could be emotional, it could be emotional therapy. We need a lot of group therapy because a lot of dark things. He says he doesn't want to go do doom and gloom right now, but it is true that a lot of dark things had happened, and we're going to need help for these people inside Iran, to eventually like help them recover, for the people who survived to recover from what they experienced. And also they need a lot of news support to make sure that the real news is getting out there. And we need all the people on the same side to basically working with each other, and people on the same side to keep working with each other, and to do a more organized activity. And he says that this has an exponential effect. درسته این مثلث پاسکالی که گفتی میشه exponential effect, right? So the more people join, the effect of it will be exponential. درسته؟ از روی این بود؟
بله درسته. و در کنارش هم خواهش میکنم روی این نکته پافشاری کنید که مردم ایران به کمک نیاز دارن، نه به چریتی. و در واقع ما اگر کسی، حالا چه شامل ایرانی خارج از ایران، چه شامل کسایی که ایرانی نیستن، در حال یا تلاش به کمک به مردم ایران دارن، باید در نظر بگیرن این کمک به عنوان یک پیام دوستی دریافت میشه و این پیام فراموش نخواهد شد، چرا که برای ایران فردایی وجود داره و اون فردا پر از شکوفاییه.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay, so he says that it's really important that we emphasize that what Iranians need today is help, not charity. We need help. We don't need charity. And we need help from both Iranians and non-Iranians. And because what you have to remember is that what we're going through after this, there will be an Iran after this, and it's going to be a prosperous Iran that will come after this. So منظورت اینه که به نفع خودشون هم میشه دیگه، درسته؟
دقیقاً یک رابطه دو طرف است. اصلا میخوام اینو بگم که اتفاقی که امروز توی ایران داره میفته یک اتفاق جنریشنال. مطمئن باشین تا قرنها این فراموش نخواهد شد و خب کسایی که به عنوان دوست کنار این مردم هستن خوشنامی برای خودشون و نسل‌های بعدشون میمونه. چه بسا به بودن توی ایران و استفاده از چیزایی که توی عمرمون هست به این فکر بکنید که آینده چند نسل دیگه هم توی این روزا داره رقم میخوره.
آینده چند نسل همه مردم جهان رو داری میگی، درسته؟
بله درسته.
بله. بعد هم جنریشنال هم سیویلایزیشناله، درسته؟ اینو بگم. Okay. What he's saying is the reason why this is not charity, this is help, is because it goes both ways. Iran is going to become a prosperous, growing country that is going to be a mutually beneficial. And this is what's happening is such an important historical event that the effects of it is going to be generational for people all across the world, not just for Iranians. So this is why this is not charity, this is help, because the people, non-Iranians, are going to experience the benefits from this for generations to come, and everybody going to experience the beneficial effects of what is about to happen. That's why we're not asking for charity, we're asking for help that you're going to yourself see the results of.
Potipto, we have a lot of non-Iranian viewers here, especially a lot of people from America who've tuned in, especially over the last 2 to 3 weeks. They've been watching every day, and they've learned a lot about Iran. And so they've heard from me and of course Armin, but we live outside of Iran. What's your message to all the Americans who are here right now? Like, what do you want Americans to know about Iran and Iranians?
بزرگترین چیزی که دوست دارم آمریکایی‌ها به خصوص در مورد ایران بدونن اینه که سالها و قرنها قبل از اینکه آمریکا لند آف فریدوم و لند آف اپورتونیتیز باشه، جایی به اسم ایران زمین بوده که این شکلی بوده. اگر در واقع ما قانون کانستیتوشن رو داریم توی آمریکا، از روی در واقع سایروس سلندر نوشته شده و چیزی که در واقع الان مردم آمریکا دارن در قالب آزادی تجربه میکنن ریشه توی تاریخ کهن ما داره. پس ما خیلی راحت میتونیم با آمریکایی‌ها همزاد پنداری کنیم و اونا میتونن این کار رو با ما انجام بدن. همونجوری که ما در حال فریاد برای آزادی هستیم، اونا هم از این مسیر گذشتن و میفهمن چه حسی داره اینکه شما آزادی و دموکراسی رو کنار هم داشته باشین.
Okay. Freedom together. Okay. He says the main thing I want the Americans to know about Iranians is that years before the US was the land of freedom and opportunity, Iran Zamin, the land of Iran, was like this before. So Cyrus telling گفتی پیام کوروش منشأ چی بود؟ باعث حقوق بشر بود یا گفتی آزاد؟ قانون اساسی. So he's saying that the American Constitution has roots in the Cyrus cylinder. By the way, guys, for people who don't know, the Cyrus cylinder is often referred to as the first declaration of human rights in history. And he's right to say that because the founding fathers of America referred to it when it came to tolerance and freedom. They referred to Cyrus as a role model for these ideas. So he's reminding Americans that we Iranians, our roots go back to this. And the Constitution in the United States also has, it was inspired by Cyrus's values. So the freedom in USA has roots in ancient Iranian history. So basically what he's saying is that we are compatible with Americans in our values, and we will be Iranians and Americans are compatible. They share these values, and this is basically part of our DNA. And we could be side by side. We could be living based on these values side by side and working with each other based on these common shared values. درست گفتم؟ چون داشتم سریع می‌نوشتم می‌خوام ببینم چیزی رو اشتباه نگفتم.
بله ممنونم. اصل پیام همین.
He also added here, so I'll just read the last paragraph from ChatGPT. That's why we can very easily empathize with Americans, and they can do the same with us. Just as we are shouting for freedom today, they too have gone through this path and understand what it feels like to have freedom and democracy side by side. So that's the message from inside of occupied Iran to all of you Americans. And also, Potito, what would be your message? Because we also have a lot of Israelis who are tuning in and they're watching us as well. What's your message to the people of Israel?
احساسی که من خودم به شخصه به مردم اسرائیل دارم و به کل یهودی ها دارم، ارتباط نزدیکی دارم، دوستایی دارم از داخل ایران، اینه که رنجی که این مردم کشیدن و مسیری که این مردم اومدن
صدا قطع
نتیجه
شد.
آزادیه که امروز دارن.
یه
صدامو دارین؟
لحظه صدا قطع شد. یه لحظه صدا قطع شد.
دوباره
گفت
از
رنجی که این
از
مردم دارن.
آره. اگر اسرائیل امروز در سایه امنیت و هوشمندی در حال پیشرفته و در واقع قدرتمندتر از همیشه است، ریشه توی رنج و آسیبی داره که در گذشته در پهنای تاریخ کشیدن. پس مردم اسرائیل هم به راحتی میتونن درد ما رو احساس کنن و ما هم به عنوان ایرانیانی که بارها این همدردی رو ثابت کردیم، درد مردم اسرائیل رو میتونیم احساس بکنیم. و میخوام خواهش بکنم که در نظر داشته باشید ما در یک جنگ ریلیجیس نیستیم. ما دنبال این نیستیم که فلان دین با این دین رو مقابل هم قرار بدیم. ما یک سری مردم هستیم با عقاید متفاوت. ایران در واقع یک دنیای کوچیکه، از تمام عقاید و تمام مذاهب توش مردم وجود دارن و هدف اصلی جمهوری اسلامی اینه که آپرایزینگ و انقلابی که توی ایران رخ داده رو به مثابه جنگ قومیتی و جنگ مذهبی بکنه. و خواهش میکنم ازشون، مخصوصا از اسرائیلیا که خب اینو با جون و دل چشیدن، اینه که در نظر داشته باشن مردم ایران در حال حاضر به دنبال جنگ مذهبی نیستن، فقط دنبال آزادی هن، دنبال فرصت برابرن و بارها نشون دادن یک مردم بسیار دست و دلبازی توی به اشتراک گذاشتن دستاورداشون هستن. پس اگر قدم به قدم مردم اسرائیل توی این مسیر کنار مردم بوده و حس شده، در آینده هم شمرده خواهد شد و هیچ کسی نمیتونه جلو این اتحاد رو از ما بگیره.
آخرش رو بگو. مردم دست دلواز رو داشتی؟ ببخش من ننوشتم. گفتی که مردم اسرائیل که دست دلواز چیزن؟
نه، ایران میخوام بگم که ایرانی‌ها بارها ثابت کردن جنرسن و دنبال این نیستن که مسیر رو در واقع بگن که خودمون تنها بودیم. اگر کمترین و کوچکترین قدمی توی مسیر برداشته شده، که همینطور هم که همین الان میبینین دیگه، یکی از متحدترین کسایی که کنار مردم اسرائیل بودن، کسایی که با پروفلسطینیا گشتن جنگیدن، در واقع مردم ایران بودن. پس این پیوند جدا نشدنیه و داره محکم هم میشه و این پیوند محکم میشه سایه امنیتی که توی منطقه وجود خواهد داشت در سالیان آینده.
سایه، ببخشید یه لحظه اینو بنویسم. یعنی داری میگی که مردم ایران میبینن کمک هایی که اسرائیل کردن و همیشه اینو به یادشون خواهند داشت و توی جمعیت های فلسطینی اینا بیشتر طرفدار اسرائیل گرفته بودن و این چیزی که ما هم داریم باعث امنیت بیشتری در سالهای آینده خواهد شد. منظورت این بود؟ ببخشید چون هم
در
دارم
واقع
گوش میکنم.
میخوام بهت بگم که اتحاد مردم اسرائیل اون تیکه گم شده پازل بود. اتحاد مردم ایران با اسرائیل اون تیکه گم شده پازل خاورمیانه بوده که ما داریم جانمایش میکنیم سرش.
اوکی، عالی. خیلی خوب. Okay, so he wanted to say what he feels personally about the people of Israel and the Jewish people in general is that because of the suffering that the Jewish people and the people of Israel experience today, that explains the level of security and prosperity and the level that they are at today. And we see their suffering, and this is why the Iranian people could relate to Israelis and Jews, because we understand their suffering, because we have went through that suffering as well. It's easy for us to understand their suffering because we're experiencing ourselves, and it's also easy for them to understand our suffering because they have gone through the suffering as well. So we basically have a bond between the people of Iran and the people of Israel because of this understanding, because of this shared experience, because of this shared suffering that we have had. So we understand each other in a way other people don't understand each other, would not be able to relate with. He also wants to make sure that you all understand. بذار من یه سوال بکنم، منظورت از این که بگی که یه جنگ مذهبی نیست، یعنی میخوای بیای بگی که علیه منظورت اینه که علیه یهودیت نیست؟ منظورت این بود؟
ببین چند تا جبهه داره. الان به عنوان مثال یه قسمتش جنگ مسلمونا با یهودیته، یه قسمتش جنگ آتئیست با مسلمونیه. میخوام بگم که اصلا هیچ طرف این مسیر ما اکستریم نباید بشیم. هر کسی خب ایده خودشو داره، هر کسی باور خودشو داره و حق من نیست که از شما بپرسم چه باوری داری. میتونیم در کنار هم یه کامیونیتی بسازیم، اما جمهوری اسلامی هدفش اینه که اینو تبدیل به یک جنگ مذهبی بکنه، مسلمان رو جلوی یهود قرار بده، دیندار رو جلوی بیدین قرار بده که بتونه مسیرشو بره.
Okay, so he's saying that he also wants you to understand that this is not a religious war, meaning that the Islamic Republic has tried to make this about Jews versus Muslim or atheists versus Muslims. And he says this is not about that. Iran is a country with many people with multiple views, live side by side with different religious groups or different minorities. Iran is a place where all of these people could live side by side with each other. And the Islamic Republic is trying to turn this into a religious war. And people of Iran are, that's not what they're fighting. Okay, that's not what the war is about. Iranians have also, then again, he went back to our relationship with Israel, and he says Iranians have proven to be very generous people. And so if we see when other people are participating in helping us, we see them and we recognize them and we give them credit for the help that we're doing, that they're offering us. And this is why you could see that the Iranians over these past couple of years, ever since, like, for example, you see all they're not in the Free Palestine crowds. They're also side by side with Israelis all the time. And he says this is the most beautiful thing. I think he said at the end is that you could see that the unity between Israel and Iranians is the missing piece of the puzzle that we needed for Israel. So all the solution for the problems that we have in Israel, in the Middle East, the missing piece of the puzzle that will solve all of this is the unity between the people of Iran and the people of Israel. درست بود حرفم؟
بله ممنونم.
خواهش.
And then also one final question before maybe I'm also monitoring the White House because apparently the White House is going to start live streaming soon, although it's a press briefing by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. So I don't know, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be anything major because of course it's not President Trump speaking. But finally, Potipto, we also have a lot of people here from all around the world who are tuning in. What's your message to everyone else who is, tuning in, listening right now?
My main message is a free Iran is not Islamic Republic Iran. A free Iran is good for all the people, all the humanity around the world. We have Iranian people who pioneer in any aspects. We have land of prosperity. We can do so much great things in Iran land with Iranian people who will influence on whole the world, people all over the world, and this movement can bring freedom and a new meaning, can translate freedom to its true meaning. So support Iranian people for better future together forever.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Armin.
May I ask a question, because I want to make sure that I'm not doing anything wrong? Okay, I just want to ask because I I want to see if you have any criticism for me so I could correct my ways if it's wrong. Because I want Iran to work for every single citizen, including Muslim Iranians, I do, however, have a great anger against Islam as a religion, not Muslims as people, but Islam as a religion. And part of what I'm doing, trying to do, is to help Iran rid itself of Islam, but not through force, not through attacking individuals, but only through by speaking and convincing people. Because you said that this is not a religious war, do you think is that destructive? Do I need to reevaluate what I'm doing? Do you have any criticism for that?
ببین دقیقا نکته همینه که ما در نظر داشته باشیم اگر قرار باشه که با اسلامگرایی و ایده اسلام بجنگیم، یعنی به عنوان کسی که با اسلام مخالفه، نمیتونیم از ابزار خودش استفاده کنیم، نمیتونیم یک سرکوب کنیم. و نکته اصلی هم همینه. حالا خود ایده دین، حالا شاخه زیر شاخه اسلام یا مسیحیت یا هر کسی دیگه این کار رو در طول تاریخ انجام داده. ما اگر میخوایم این چرخه رو تموم بکنیم به عنوان یک نوع دقیقاً بدون سرکوب اجازه بده که حقیقت برملا باشه. وقتی که حقیقت به دل مردم نشسته بشه، حالا اون موقع باورها معنی پیدا میکنه. باور زمانی مشکل میشه که ما دچار اکستریمیسم میشیم. باور موقعی دچار مشکل میشه که به عنوان سلاح استفاده میشه، به عنوان ابزار حالا هر چقدر شما بیای یه ور رو سرکوب بکنید، طبیعتاً از طرف مقابلش بیرون میزنه. و اون جایی من احساس خطر دارم میکنم که در مورد این میگم که جنگ ریلیجیس نیست، اینه که مهمترین کسی که از این موضوع نفع میبره جمهوری اسلامیه. شما به محض اینکه اسلامو در مقابل مردم ایران قرار بدی، میای میلیون ها مسلمان رو در خارج از ایران و جاهای دیگه مقابل مردم ایران، یعنی کمک میکنی به لشکرکشی جمهوری اسلامی. پس باید این حرکت رو هوشمند باشی، به نسبتش هوشمندانه انتخاب بکنی چیزایی که داری میگیره.
اوکی، پس اگه فقط با گفتمان باشه ولی از مسلمان‌ها استقبال بکنیم، هم جبههشون بشیم، این اوکیه به نظرت؟
ببین برای هم جبهه، اولا که جبهه
آرمین داره سیاسی صحبت میکنه، حرفش اتفاقا کاملا درسته.
من مخالفت نکردم، دارم سوال میکنم که یاد بگیرم. باشه دیگه نمیگم، ببخشید.
نه اوکی، بذار تاپیک رو من جواب بدم و اگه خواستیم ببندیم. مسئله اصلی اینه که ما اول جبهه رو تعریف بکنیم و جبهه در واقع یه دشمن داره، یه الاینس داره. دشمن ما جمهوری اسلامیه، الاینس ما هر کسی که در دنیا میخواد بر علیه جمهوری اسلامی بجنگه است. حالا فارغ از دین، فارغ از رنگ، فارغ از جنسیت، تنها چیزی که ما لازمه در قبالش متحد باشیم اینه که میخوایم جمهوری اسلامی بره. حالا بعد از رفتن جمهوری اسلامی یه عده میخوان مونارکی بیارن، یه عده میخوان آتئیست بیارن، یه عده اصلا میخوان مسیحیت بیارن. اون موقع میشینیم در موردش صحبت میکنیم که ببینیم کی هوادار بیشتری داره و اونو میاریم میذاریم در ادامه داستان.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you so much. So he says he started by saying, the point is that if you want to go against Islam, you cannot use the tools, Islam's tools itself. So you shouldn't be using suppressive tools. So religion has already done this throughout the years, but we cannot, if we want to basically react to that, we cannot use religious tools. We can't be suppressive. We just have to allow to see the truth present itself. It will get dangerous if we use extreme measures and be suppressive. We have to be smart so so that the Islamic Republic doesn't take advantage of this and basically tries to get Muslims to join us, to get on Islamic Republic side against us. And he says our enemy right now is Islamic Republic, and we all have to be united against the Islamic Republic. Once the Islamic Republic is over, then we could talk about these things. Some people want monarchy, some people don't want monarchy, some people want atheism, some people want Islam, some people are against Islam. We could have these discussions once the Islamic Republic is done. Right now, we all have to just be united on one front, no matter what our belief is, against the Islamic Republic. Thank you.
Potipto, I know we spoke about this earlier on the phone today before I started the live stream. Could you maybe give us a bit of an update on what's been going on in Iran in the last week since the massacre. What's the mood of the Iranian people? What's going on? Like how are things sort of unfolding?
ببین به صورت خلاصه بخوام بهت بگم ما از چند تا فاز گذشتیم در چند هفته گذشته، اختصاصا در زمانی که اینترنت قطع بود، دسترسی نداشتیم. مردم خب طبیعتا بعد از اون کشتار گسترده با یه شوک بزرگ مواجه شدن که اون شوک بزرگ پشتش یک ترسی می آورد. اما بعد هر کدوم از ما وقتی میخواستیم بترسیم، مهمترین چیزی که نگاه میکردیم خونهای ریخته شده و در واقع جوانها و خانواده‌های از هم پاشیده شده بود که توی این چند روز رخ داد و این به ما اجازه نداد که بترسیم. یعنی حتی اگر بخوایم بترسیم هم اجازه نداریم که بترسیم. ناخودآگاه میگم و نه اینکه بخوام بگم آقا بری تو خیابون به طرف بگی نترس. و همین موضوع ما رو حول این محور متحد کرد، همون جوری که بارها حول محور تمام کسایی که توی این مدت رفتن، همون جایی که ما گفتیم قسم به خون یاران ایستاده ایم تا پایان، ما رو متفق القول تر کرد نسبت به همیشه که باشیم تا پایان جمهوری اسلامی رو ببینیم. یعنی همین موضوع در حال حاضر باعث شده که مردم برگردن توی خونه هاشون، بیشتر مواظبت بکنن از خودشون و کار اثرگذارتری بکنن. همونجوری که شاهزاده هم توی این پیام آخرش اشاره کرد، گفت ما دوباره به خیابان خواهیم آمد و این دفعه برای پیروزی، برای تمام کردنشون به وجود. یعنی هر کسی هر جایی میبینید توی هر خانواده یه گوشه نشسته توی این مجلس دارن صحبت اینو میکنن که جمهوری اسلامی رو چجوری میشه تموم کرد. یعنی اینجوری نیست که شما منتظر این باشین که حالا 10 تا فیلم از توی خیابونای ایران بیاد بیرون بعد بگیم فلان شهر شلوغه، بعد بگیم مردم همچنان پابرجا هستن. من میگم با این که هیچ فیلمی هم بیرون نمیاد، با این که حتی خیلی از جاها خلوت شده طبیعتاً چون هیچکی نمیخواد جلوی گلوله بره واسه، اما مردم متفق‌الترن و منتظر فرصت جدیدن که خب هر چقدر ما توی زمان جلو میریم مومنتوم مردم بیشتر میشه و از اون برم ضعف جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر میشه. حالا چه موقع این دوتا به هم برخورد میکنن و این دیوار شکسته میشه به چندین فاکتور نیاز داره.
مرسی. Armin, you're muted.
Okay, so he said that we went through multiple phases right from the beginning when the internet was cut. Initially, when the main events happened, there was a shock. There was a huge shock about what happened, which obviously a shock causes fear. However, every time we were about to get scared, and every time that fear was started growing within us, when we saw the blood of the people right next to us in the street, when we saw the young people that were murdered, when we saw the families that were ruined, even without thinking, that actually killed the fear in us. So when we saw all the cost, it, instead of getting scared, it killed the fear in us, because we when we saw all of that, we didn't give ourselves the permission to be feared, to be afraid, given what they have already, the price that they already paid. So if in fact what it did is that it united us. It brought us much closer together. It brought us much more into agreement with each other, and more united against the Islamic Republic. And he's saying this is why right now the Iranian people are back at home. It's not because it's over. It's because they are intelligent and they're aware and they're ready for the next wave. But they understand that people are not afraid anymore. That's not why they're in home. It's because they're planning the next step. Like everybody in Iran is getting ready for the next wave based on the command, in accordance to the command of Prince of Pahlavi, and everybody is coming up with more intelligent decisions and more planned activities to what to do exactly when they come back next into the streets, for smarter actions on the next step based on when the prince tells them to come out. So it might be more quiet right now, but that's not because people are afraid. It's actually, it shows that people are more united and more in agreement and more ready for the next step. And what happens next and how this wall falls apart is multifactorial, and we're going to see what happens next, but everybody is on the same wavelength right now. Everybody is on the same in agreement about what needs to happen next. Does that درست بودین؟
بله ممنونم.
Okay. سپاسگزار. So پوتیپ تا با اجازه شما اگه حالا نمیدونم شما خیلی خسته شدی، این لایو وایت هاوس فکر کنم تا چند وقت دیگه شروع میشه. با اجازه شما تا اون موقع اگه میتونید با ما باشید، چون که شاید بعضی هم سوال داشته باشن. And then we'll let you go so you can go rest and do what you need to do. If there's any questions from our viewers, let us know. Oh, what is he seeing in regard to defections? Okay, so Potipto, one person is asking, what are you seeing in regard to defections?
ببخشید منظورشون از دفکشن چیه؟
ریزش.
اوکی. من توی پیامم که گفتم که خیلی از بدن منبع موثق دارم که اصلا یه اتفاق جدیدی توی اون ترتیب قوا افتاده. در کنارش من به جای اخبار به فکت برای شما ارجاع میکنم. ببینید اگر ریزشی در بدنه نیروی سرکوب وجود نداشت، جمهوری اسلامی مجبور نمیشد بره مزدور از خارج از مرز برداره بیاره داخل. و در کنارش هم اگر ارتش، حالا ارتش رو خیلی دارن مثلا بهش میگن آقا سیب زمینی یا اینجور حرف، هرچند که منم باشون موافقم، ولی در نظر داشته باشید اگر ارتش میخواست کنار سپاه قرار بگیره، ما باید ارتشی ها رو میدیدیم که مردم رو سرکوب بکنه. همچنان ارتش هم حالا چه بسا که ریزش نکرد، چه بسا که اسلحه نکشید روی سپاهی ها، حداقل کارش این بود که توی خیابون نیومد. و یه اتفاق دیگه هم که افتاد مخصوصا توی شهرهای کوچیک، نیروهای کلانتری، نیروهای در واقع مخصوص امنیت اون منطقه که میشن کلانتری به معنی واقعی کلمه، اینا سلاح زمین گذاشتن. خیلی هاشون سر پست نرفتن، خیلی هاشون فردا یا پس فردا که این خونریزی رو دیدن استعفاهاشون رو اعلام کردن. این اتفاق یه ایگودت دست جمعی بود. خیلی از کسایی که تو بدن نظام بودن تازه با ذات نظام آشنا شدن و راهشون رو جدا کردن.
خبری که تو رشت شنیدیم از این که ارتش نقش داشت توی سرکوب مردم، دروغ جمهوری اسلامی بود فکر میکنی؟
ببین در مورد رشت، از اینکه تانک آوردن درسته، از اینکه سلاح سنگین آوردن درسته، ولی من هیچ منبع موثقی ندیدم. حالا شاید اگر ارتشی بوده با یونیفرم دیگه بوده، ولی هیچ منبع موثقی از یونیفرم ارتش یا سازوکار ارتش توی سرکوب مردم ندیدم. و در مورد رشت من یه نکته بهتون بگم. اتفاقی که توی رشت افتاد این بود که مردم از ساعت 8 تا تقریبا ساعت 9 تقریبا تمام شهر رو گرفتن و توی میدون شهرداری تقریبا هیچ سرکوبگری نبود. ساعت 9:30 مردم داشتن جشن پیروزی میگرفتن. مردم فکر می‌کردن تموم شده، یعنی جمهوری اسلامی رو نابود کردن. و توی این لحظه شما در نظر بگیرید، فقط میخوام تصور بکنی، یه تعدادی نیروی سرکوب توی میدون شهرداری رشت هستن، جمعیت بیشمار مردم اومده اون سرکوب و حالا یا از بین برده یا فراری داده و مردم انقدر وقت دارن که دارن شادی میکنن. اما از اونجای تراژدی رخ داد که به محض اینکه مردم تونستن میدون از جمهوری اسلامی بگیرن، این میدون رشت توی خیلی جای دیگه هم رخ داد عین همین اتفاق. به محض اینکه پیام در واقع سرکوب جدی شروع شد، اوپن فایر شروع شد، مردم رشت به جوانای رشت که دور میدون بودن از ترس گلوله نخوردن فرار کردن به سمت بازار رشت. حالا اگر دیده باشین یا عکسای اونجا رو قبل از این اتفاق دیده باشین، یک جای تو در توی مردم میتونن پناه بگیرن و اون مزدورای رژیم شروع کردن به آتش زدن بازار رشت. اتفاقی که افتاد این بود که نمیخواستن مردم زنده از اونجا بیرون برن، یعنی یا باید توی اون آتیش میموندن و میسوختن یا اگه میومدن بیرون هدف گلوله قرار میگیرن. این تراژدی لایویه که توی رشت رخ داد و تو خیلی از شهرهای دیگه مردم با گرفتن یه جا فقط برای حفظ کردنش هزاران کشته دادن که شما میدونین خبرش.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So he says that he has some really credible sources that many people have defected based on the credible, and he said this is not news, this is fact. And he also tells us that it's obvious that there has been many defections, because if there weren't this many defections, the regime wouldn't be forced to bring mercenaries from foreign countries, from Iraq, from Afghanistan, and from Pakistan. The fact that they brought this many mercenaries in means that there has been a large number of defections. There so from the police forces, from the Artesh. And something about the Artesh, he mentions that even though the Artesh is disappointing that they haven't picked up their arms again to come protect the people, but at least what we can see is that they did not show up to attack the people. That is for sure. That's
Yeah.
something that we have seen. And he's saying police forces have put down their weapons. Many of them have resigned. Many of them have not shown up, and for many of them, this is the first time that they actually, for many of the regime forces, this is the first time that they actually have realized the true nature of the Islamic Republic. And he also I asked him about Rasht. I asked him because we got news that in Rasht maybe the Artesh was involved in suppressing people. He says that he hasn't seen any credible sources that suggest that the Artesh was involved in Rasht, and he went into specifics about what happened in Rasht, because it's very horrific. He says, but in Rasht, when in the first day, in the main days of the protest, at 8 p.m. till 9:30 p.m., the Iranian people, when they came from 8 p.m., they managed to actually capture everything by 9:30, meaning that even the city hall was completely captured, and there was the very few suppressing forces, and the Iranian people were completely taking over the city and the city hall, and everybody was celebrating because they thought it's over and they have completely taken over and this is it. And then what happened is that then the shooting started. And so the Iranian people in Rasht, in the city of Rasht, and he says that this is something that happened in other cities as well. So then they started coming in and shooting right into the people and around the city hall square and everything. And the Iranian people ran away from the city hall and the square towards the bazaar. And the reason why they ran towards the bazaar is because the bazaar has many like little small little alleys and a lot of little corners that they could run away from. Run away to. And then what the regime did is that they surrounded the bazaar and they started burning the bazaar, which is, by the way, it's a very beautiful historic bazaar that they started burning, to burn the people alive in the bazaar. And they were just waiting outside the bazaar, and the people who would come out of the bazaar, they would shoot it. So they just wanted to make sure that nobody gets alive from the bazaar. Either they will get shot because they're leaving the bazaar, or they just stay in the bazaar and burn alive there.
Yep. I think what he said, guys, is really important. Like if you look at the screen, so this is really important. When people are asking where's the army, like he's basically repeating what we have been telling you for the last 3 weeks, which is even if the army has not fully defected, at least they didn't turn their weapons against the people, right? This translation here is just wrong. It shouldn't say it did not turn its weapons against the IR, or even if it did not turn, yeah, at the very least, it did not come out into the streets to repress the people, right? So many of people in the military have just stayed home, and that's why the Islamic regime, they had to bring in the outside forces, right? Like the Iraqis, the Afghans, and Pakistanis. Potipcho, another quick question for you: are they invading houses unprompted?
بله، از همون شب اول شما اگر دسترسی داشته باشین به مدیای شبکه خبر و مدیاهای جمهوری اسلامی، میبینید که با افتخار نشون میدن این اتفاقا، که از همون شب اول، از لحظه اول اومدن سراغ مردم. توی شهرهای کوچیک ریختن توی خونه های مردم، موبایلاشون رو گشتن، زن و بچه رو بردن بی زبون، و خیلی از چیزایی هست که هنوز به گوش ما هم داخل نرسیده. ولی مهمترین مسئله همینه که اینا دارن سعی میکنن فقط با فریاد بلندتر، با ایجاد ترس بزرگتر، به خودشون دلداری بدن که قراره این بار هم باقی بمونن. ولی خب این یه تصمیم اشتباهه، چون هر چقدر اونا فریادشون بزرگتر باشه، خشم ما هم بیشتر میشه و عملا نتیجهش برمیگرده به خودشون و قراره خیلی سخت‌تر با واقعیت روبرو بشن. اگر قرار بود که تا 2 هفته پیش، 3 هفته پیش بسیاری از اینا بخشیده بشن به سمت مردم بیان، الان مردم تا انتقامشون رو از تک تک اینا نگیرن آروم نمیشن. یعنی هر چقدر که اونا، میخوام بگم که هر چقدر شجاعت تکثیر میشه، ترسو هم وحشی‌تر میشه و این نتیجه بدی برای خودشون داره.
That was powerful. Okay. So he said yes from that they were doing that from the first night when it came to coming into the people's homes. They were doing that from the very first night. And we know this because they were actually showing this on state media themselves. Like they were displaying that they were doing this on state media with pride that they were doing this. So this is not something that they were hiding. And they would come into people's homes to try to look into their phones, and they would take their women and children away. And they were doing all of this to create fear and also to reassure themselves that this time they will also survive. However, he says that they have miscalculated, because the more they do this, the more the rage of the Iranian people against them will increase. And the more they do this, reality is going to hit them even harder the more they do this. The reason why reality is going to hit them harder is because there's less room for forgiveness. So basically, if there was any chance that if we would be successful in this revolution, many of these people would have been forgiven. Now what they have done is that they have left no room for mercy, no room for forgiveness. So eventually, once reality hits them, it's going to hit them a lot harder than if they would just allow this revolution to be successful. And then he said that the more bravery is going viral, the more these scared regime are getting even more violent. So Iranian people are getting braver and braver, and the regime forces are getting scared more and more, and that's why they're getting more and more violent.
Potip, I don't want to keep you any longer, Potipto, but I just wanted you to know that we really appreciate you being here. We really, really appreciate your time. I hope you can join us again. Armin and I have been doing this live stream every day since the revolution began 3 weeks ago. So I hope you can come back. We'll try not to keep you as long next time, but you're always welcome to come back anytime to give us the news, share with our viewers what's going on in occupied Iran, praying for your safety, and just a quick request from our viewers. Would you be able to say the main chorus of Feridun Farrokhzad's song Inqilab, where he says Iran gharq inqilab ast be pish be pish be pish? Would you be able to say that for our audience, because that's pretty much become the international revolution song for Iran?
با افتخار. خیلی خوشحال میشم که این صدای من پخش بشه. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش.
سپاسگزار از شما. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
درود به شرف.
پاینده ایران جاوید شاه. یه نکته توی کامنت ها من دیدم در مورد سلاح شیمیایی پرسیده بودن و من خودم مدارک مستقیم دارم از دکترهایی که بهشون مراجعه کردن به خاطر عفونت شدید حالا روی زخماشون و هر چیزی. اینا داکیومنتد هست، ما ثبت کردیم که اثر گاز خردل پیدا کردن روی کسایی که در واقع توی این، یعنی نشون میده که به جای گاز مثلا اشک‌آور کپسول های گاز خردل بین مردم پخش میکردن. این هم یک فکتیه که وجود داره و حالا ما باید بهش برسیم سر موش.
Okay, so he's saying he saw a comment in the chat that he wants to respond to, which is about the chemical weapons, whether they were using it right now. He says that he has direct evidence from doctors based on the scars on people's bodies that they have been using mustard gas. Instead of tear gas, they have been using mustard gas, and he says that he has direct evidence for that. Kamel goftam?
بله درسته.
Yeah. So remember, guys, yesterday Armin and I were sharing the picture of those IRGC people in hazmat suits, and we were saying that they're using chemical weapons. Yeah. It's what they do. It's what they do. So apparently there's documents and facts now that demonstrate that. So Potipto, thank you so much. And any other comments? I mean, listen, the floor is yours. Any other comments in the chat that you want to respond to, or do you just want to give a few final thoughts and then we'll let you go? Oh wait! Oh my gosh! It's President Trump. Sorry.
It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So these are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments, and as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people. And these are just some of the more recent ones that we have. And I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are living, they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers. They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers. They're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota, California. It's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out and they get them money and they go out and buy Mercedes Benzes and they come from here. They have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here is another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. And these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. These dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners, Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are rough ones. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all so far people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it here. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional.
Armin,
She
he's
wasn't a
trolling.
woman that was
He's
hurt,
trolling. He's
like,
got a big
oh,
announcement.
my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's
Mhm.
shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000. 10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. Keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers, people that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable, entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it as a Republican. I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it's a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was
something
him.
happened. He did this last time
man.
too.
How were you? You didn't do it.
He
I know
spoke
you
about
did.
something
I know you did.
else, and then he went to the big announcement.
But here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country. And we had 5%. Nobody's in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history. And we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting, maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon, $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly. And
شاید ربطش بده به ایران.
Parts of it, because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly.
نفت رو شاید ربط بده به ایران.
Core inflation
همون میگم داره راجع به نفت صحبت
is
می‌کنه. شاید ربط به ایران
1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000, and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months, because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion, and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country. And you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue, or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. At a 62% reduction, next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. And to me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about healthcare. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did, but it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now, for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, I mean, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. And I said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't take, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take them. They said, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country, and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I wanted to do 10. In my first 4 years, I did. When we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year, I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations. Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slash the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slash it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment. And they were very good, but we could make them great. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where they had 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people and then they hire another million. They load it up and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, when you have good people on the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say, just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say, get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government, it's no good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, oh, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they wouldn't cut. They would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers. These are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, many cases, they're criminals in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people. They're wonderful people. They don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who had the tragedy, it's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents, and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, another dangerous place. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So when Somalia, the Somalians, what they're good at, that's about the only thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up you talk about a blow up. Bad. We've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization on it. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around, killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here, comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I were an elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out. Let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters. One guy is winning by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take this guy out. Let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. Trying to say that, you know, in China is making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place. And I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that. But some of them found it hard to thank me. But, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. We didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know. To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys. The bad guys look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing, and we have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, and we could do the same thing with Chicago. We brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group.
Richard Nixon.
Even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group. And, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another nationwide. The motor vehicle theft was out of control. and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win, but we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places. I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So if somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail. There's a reason for bail, long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. He was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think it was a pretty unfriendly sight, but I'll never forget. I don't know if it's still there because they got rid of most of them. You know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to, oh, here. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. That was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India. They were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The prime minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it, this country. I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, you know, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan. They were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one sat on the other. He said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years, I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years, I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour, they were next to each other. And by the time we ended, they were hugging each other. And it's been a great peace, you know. Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I saved millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? Good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and you know, with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, you know, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got along, and they liked me. I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I've worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%. And they pay the 5% and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right? You remember during the debate? Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to a 1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful, those big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. Renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deals with Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably with all the illegals, you know. China probably knows more accurately. But we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them. Every year, seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it. And bigger and better, we need it. Peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying 500 million. They were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid 500. They paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended. The UN Relief and Works Agency we ended, and the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard, but we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon, but he understands and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you think, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous cafe standards. That's having to do with the environment. So ridiculous. Cancel the EPA's absurd, totally absurd tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands. It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The numbers, the cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's a bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good, all because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and put, I say, clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. It has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. Required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home or in their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers that wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. This was not a tough one. Two genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it. Ban the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, it's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports, a couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records, look at weightlifting records, look at swimming records, look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his handpicked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Smith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy. And Letitia James is sick. And Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fani. You can't call her Fanny. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize, I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing. And he actually invested all that money to give to kids, so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets, and they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with a fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say, open up the water, open it up to the governor, to the mayor. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to protect a tiny little fish that's, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's neutral, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it. And I said, we're going to get you fast permits. So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. You're going to have, we're leading AI and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States. And that's a small version of what's sitting right there. That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now. And that's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people. Please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And another one, you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play, especially
A big role. I like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah.
And another one, because the
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world.
Right.
At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions, Lula.
Well, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs. And we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post last
No, I
night?
haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from Norway. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And I believe very strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask him to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know. Think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia, Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Mr. President, Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that Do you agree with Kevin
I don't
Hassett
know.
on that, or do you think you can do that
No,
unilaterally?
I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of income limit where it made sense, but we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership, but now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe, not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall
I
of the
did a
regime.
good job. I did a good job.
The Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
Well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria.
Go ahead.
President Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos. If he's not already there, you're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028. But what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often. And somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Thank you, President Trump. President Trump, you spoke earlier.
Mr. President, you've been hearing from allies.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did that. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
Well, I'll have to use something else. I mean, look.
You would think Iran would be the first question. No one's asking about Iran.
But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States.
No, I don't think it's disgusting. I think there's a reason. There's a reason they're not asking about Iran, guys.
They need that agreement.
There's a
very badly
reason.
with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens.
No, it's not
There are
that.
A lot of
There's a
meetings
reason.
scheduled on
It's
Greenland.
very strange they're not
I'm
asking.
leaving tonight, as you know, Davos, and we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. because you know Emmanuel's not going to be there very long, and you know there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron, but he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good structural floor. You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happening. But we need a good structure here, don't we, huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is Syria, on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things. So they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us. But we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months. And, I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Call with.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. I one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go
your
ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One
Thank
question
you,
about
Mr.
big
Red. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows the majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden?
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question, because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last. We inherited very high prices. Remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. We brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. I mean, the Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more. Go ahead, go. Yes.
President, I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military option still on the table? And can you assure us that the killing in Iran has stopped? And when regard to the Peace Council, which members have to pay $1 billion?
So with Iran, are you from Iran?
No, I cover the White House.
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people. And I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people. And they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President Trump. Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead. I'll take your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President.
right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any. What improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that to me is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of, bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think
will
a lot
stay?
of people are listening to the fake news a little bit. And I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices now.
Mr. President of Venezuela, you made a condition.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Nice place.
Thank you. You made a condition that the political prisoners should be freed. It seems that they are not being as fast as they promised in the beginning. Would that be an issue for the current government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. Or depends on what they did, but they have released a lot of. Released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of? It's very
the
interesting.
NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
Thank you very much. First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won the election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed. Christians, Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of president. No, I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People pouring. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people. Good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers, thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
You said you're confident something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
what
I haven't.
gives the U.S. the right to take away that
spoken.
self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Mr. President, are you committed to keeping the U.S. in NATO?
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now. I don't agree with a lot of the things they've done, but that was done before I got there. I think NATO's been good. Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's not. But we have a strong NATO. When I came here, we had a weak NATO. We had a NATO at 2%, and they weren't paying. You had a nothing NATO. NATO's, whether you like it or not, it's only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong.
Thank you.
Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Really appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top three? And then looking forward, what are your three most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military.
No one
has
is
been a great
asking about
achievement.
Iran.
That would include the Venezuela thing.
No
That
one.
would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible. We have $18 trillion coming in. Plants are being built all over. Thousands of plants are being built all over the country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with
Palestinian
it if I
tried to,
wasn't
like,
able to say,
corner
if you
him,
don't
right?
go along
Never-
with it,
never
we'll put
trust
a 10 or
Palestinians.
15 or
Never trust
20% tariff on your
Palestinians.
nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be three things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How was
Go Indiana.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot to go through. There. I know that people were like, okay, what does, no mention of Iran, but then the media didn't ask about Iran either. So guys, with your permission, because we have been like, I've literally been live streaming for like 5.5 hours with no break, and Potipto is here as well. So with your permission, I'm just gonna take like a 15-minute. I'm gonna take a 15-minute commercial break. Okay, so Potipto, because I've been doing this live stream for an hour, I'm gonna take a 15-minute break, commercial break, and then we're gonna come back. I want to get your thoughts and opinions on that as well. Okay, are you able to stick around for a little while?
Of course, I'm
Okay,
okay with that.
thank you so much. Okay, guys, so 15 minutes, and we will be back because, guys, my political spidey senses are going off. Like that was incredibly strange that media did not ask about Iran except for the Palestinian, right? Of course, the Palestinian book ranks because we know what Palestinians are, a bunch of savages, right? And President Trump was not impressed by that. So yeah, let's take a 15-minute commercial break, and we'll both be back.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or waste chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, you said it. Lead us to God bless the crown prince, hear his name. There's a Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door, stability in Middle East. We're longing for the people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's we all hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump. حالا پیدایی مثل سایه، آقا تصویر توی امامه. بهتره بمونی تو همون لانه، دوران تو دیگه تمومه. تو فقط یه دیکتاتوری، با تو همون خدایی نوری. نه مقدسی نه آسمونی، دشمن جون این مردمی. حتی اگه بترسونی بازور یا تهدید کنی شهر و کشور، با سپاه و بسیج و زندان. حتی اگه ببندی هر راهو، بدون که این صدا خاموش نیست. نه با هم میشکنیم این دیوارو. یالا یا خامهای بس این خدا سازی، این ملت بیداره دیگه فریب نمیخوره. یالا یا خامهای وقت رفتن کافیه، از بالا حکم اومده این آخر راحته. تو ضعیفی فقط ادم، ترسیده از صدای ما. ریش و منبرت پوششه برای این همه دروغا. از آزادی وحشت داری، از زن از زندگی از شادی. ندیمون نه اعتقاد، فقط قدرت و فساد. حتی اگه بترسونی بازور یا تهدید کنی شهر و کشور، با سپاه و بسیج و زندان. حتی اگه ببندی هر راهو، بدون که این صدا خاموش نیست. نه با هم میشکانیم این دیوارو. یالا یا خامهای بس این خدا سازی، این ملت بیداره دیگه فریب نمیخوره. یالا یا خامهای وقت رفتن کافیه، از بالا حکم اومده این آخر راحته. یا خامنایه بس این خدا سازی، نیملت بیداره دیگه فریب نمیخوره. یالا یا خامنایه وقت رفتن کافیه، از بالا حکم و محمده این آخر راحته. לך שכל של ציפור, עדיף שתישאר בבור, כי בקרוב אתה תמות. אתה פשוט אידיוט גמור עם שיגעון גדלות חמור, אתה שטן או בקיצור אתה חלאת האנושות. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ייאושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. אתה עלוב, אתה קטן, אתה מזכיר אורנגוטנג, יש לך קינים על הזקן ובקרוב תעוף מכאן. אתה ג'וק מת, אתה בואש, אתה מתחיל להתייאש, צהל אותך רק מבקש כדי לשרוף אותך באש. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ייאושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך.
Feels wonderful. Of course, you deserve it.
I love my bitches. They treat me like a king.
You look very happy today.
Here is the extraction point for the dialogue.
Try this. Very good.
Best party ever.
Look at this hand, I think I'm moving this day. Extraction point is here. We'll need you to the river valley to top it. Let's see.
Hey there.
I don't know, but we have to hold them off. Stand, baby. Look out!
Welcome to Trump Force One. The new era begins.
Hey there, Victor Nine. Let's get this up. Keep moving. Wait. All right, you little terrorists.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
تاریخ ما ترسیده گر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شو هنگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداری از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
I have one more video for you guys because I know that you want this one. I know that you want this one, so I'm going to play it for you guys because I know this is your favorite. And of course, one final one in honor of all of the Americans here, guys. We love you. I know you want to hear this song, so here you go. That's okay. Totally okay. Potipto. So, what did you think of President Trump's message? Oh, his connection is not the greatest, so he'll come back. But guys, that was okay. He's back. Potipto. Wait, let me get my chat GPT ready here. What did you think of President Trump's not even his message, but the media did not ask a single question about Iran, except for of course, the Palestinian, right? We don't care about the Palestinian. She's going to lose her press pass. You never trust Palestinians. But what's your assessment of what you just witnessed? As someone who's in Iran, of course.
Okay, Goldie. At first, let me tell everyone who listening my voice give this message. As you said so, and we chanted, به پیش, به پیش, به پیش. I want to tell everyone, do you know why we must push forward? Because an ocean of blood lies behind us. There is no turning back until the Islamic Republic and its killer regime falls. So with a sea of blood between us, we are destined to push forward. Thank you. ببین در مورد رفتار ترامپ و حرکتی که میکنه، خب طبیعتا اگه بخواد یه کاری رو انجام بده، میخواد در واقع از سورپرایز استفاده بکنه، یعنی اثرگذاری یه کاری رو با سورپرایزش میخواد گارانتی بکنه. پس طبیعتا برعکس ملاها و خامنه‌ای در رأسشون توی تهران که هر روز میان میگن آقا ما تمام میکنیم و ما فلان میکنیم، اون سعی میکنه کمتر حرف بزنه، بیشتر عمل بکنه و خب همین هم در واقع داره عملگراییشو نشون میده.
Okay. سپاسگزار. بذار الان من اینو ترجمه بکنم با چت جی پی تی. بعد okay, so I'm just going to transcribe what he said, and it's going to come up on chat GPT. I don't know, guys. Potipto's English is very, very good. Potipto's English is very good. He just, and again, listen, he understands English perfectly. Like, he's very fluent. He's actually reading all your comments, and he's let me know that he's very appreciative, and he sees them all, and you guys have actually given him a lot of a huge morale boost, right? A huge morale boost, because he is reading all of your comments. So, oh no, he speaks very well in English as well, but he just feels more comfortable responding in Persian, which is fine, right? But guys, when I tell you that Iranians were very educated and like pretty much everyone speaks English, this is what I mean. So, okay, so let's go to his just chat GPT translation. I'll read it for you. So I asked Potipto about President Trump's speech. Oh, look, we have someone saying, damn it, Garm. Potipto, people have learned so much Persian these last 3 weeks. You have no idea. My favorite is when people say Kotak. They're like Kotak Khamenei, Kotak Islamic regime, which is pretty funny. But okay, so here's his response. So he says, okay, Goldie, first of all, let me say this to everyone who's listening to my voice. Please take this message in. As you said, and as we chanted, push forward, push forward, push forward, I want to tell everyone, do you know why we must keep pushing forward? Because behind us lies an ocean of blood. There's no turning back until the Islamic Republic and its murderous regime falls. With a sea of blood between us and the past, we are destined to move forward. Thank you. And naturally, so this is where he switched to Persian. And naturally, if someone wants to carry out an effective action, they rely on surprise. They want to guarantee the impact of what they do through surprise. That's why, unlike mullahs and figures like Khamenei at the top in Tehran, who come out every day and make loud threats saying, we'll finish this or we will do that, this approach is to speak less and act more. And that, in fact, is exactly what is happening right now. actions over words. And I completely agree with that analysis. And so, guys, it's very strange. It's very, very strange to me, right? Like as an former politician, I was a politician for, I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for 7, but literally like my entire 30s, from the age of 30 to the age of 40, I was in politics. And I'm telling you guys right now, the fact that the media did not ask about Iran, except for, except for the Palestinian, but you can't trust the Palestinians. The fact that no one asked about Iran, that's not by coincidence, right? So for those of you who are like, oh, we don't care about Greenland, why aren't they asking about Iran? It's not because they don't want to ask, it's because they have been told, do not ask about this right now because we don't want to give away any info or whatever the case might be, right? The only person who apparently didn't get the memo or chose to break that pact was the Palestinian. But as you can tell, every single other reporter was asking about, Greenland or, what are your top 3 priorities? Guys, that is very strange. That is very, very, very strange. So the media have been told in advance, do not ask about Iran. Okay? And that's not because Iran isn't a priority. It's because Iran is off limits. So that was very, very strange. Okay? Potipto, we've had you for almost 6 hours now, and I really, really appreciate you being here. Listen, the floor is yours. If there's anything you want to say or anything you want to add on, like the floor is yours. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, but I know if you have to go because it's late where you are, you're also more than welcome to do that. So ما در اختیار شما هستیم. هر چیزی که شما میخوای.
First of all, a big shout out to Elon Musk and Starlink for this connection. And on top of that, I can stay here to answer some of your questions and comments, and I can leave.
Okay, that thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, all right, guys. So, type your questions in the chat, because Potipto sees everything, and then he will just, he'll just respond to whatever he wants to respond to. So, Potipto ما در اختیار شما هستیم. You can look at the questions, and then whatever you want to answer to, go right ahead.
یک سوالی پرسیده بودن در مورد اون عزیزشون توی رشت.
Okay.
آره، کسایی که توی ایران میخوان ارتباط بگیرن، متاسفانه در حال حاضر یه تراژدی ما شاهدش هستیم. یعنی واقعا خیلی ها نمیتونن دیگه تماس بگیرن و داریم سعی میکنیم راه امن براش درست بکنیم. حالا اگر کسی توی استقرار هست یا شرایط خاصی داره، میتونه حالا از طریق دایرکت مسیج به من یا شما پیام بده که بتونیم براشون راه امن درست بکنیم.
Okay. So I'm going to translate that, and then شما کامنت‌ها رو نگاه بکنین چون که خیلی So Potipto, just to let you know, there's over 25,000 people in here who are watching right now, and they send their love to you. They send their love and support to the Iranian people. So I just want to let you know. So if you see a lot of comments, that's probably why. Oops. Wait, let me add that again. So his response, so he did have one comment. Here we go. Let me just add this. So he said that someone earlier asked about, how do we well, for the person who says 25,000, LOL, more like 2,000, that's because it's 25,000 over the 5 different platforms, right? So it's a combined 25,000 over 5 different platforms, guys. So there you go. And I have the numbers right here in front of me. But so someone asked earlier, how do we get in touch with people, that we've lost contact with? And Potipto said, unfortunately, there have been tragic developments. Many people are no longer able to make contact. We are trying to create safe pathways for them. If anyone is in danger or facing special or urgent circumstances, they can reach out via direct message to me so that we can try to arrange a safe option for them. But I mean, the guys, the situation is very dangerous, very dangerous. So yes, so he has internet through Starlink, and he actually thanked Elon Musk for that. So the only reason he's able to be here is because of Elon Musk, and I think Elon Musk opened up Starlink, right? So you're able to use Starlink for free, correct?
Technically, yes, but my account is paid. Fortunately.
Okay. So he's lucky to have like a paid account there. Okay. Potipto, I'm sure you're looking at the comments. Is there anything else you see here that you want to respond to? The floor is yours. Like, you say whatever you want to say, and I'm here to respond. But 2C TV is going on in about half an hour. So maybe we can go for like another 15, 20 minutes, and then you know we'll let you go. Oh, what I'll do actually is maybe I'm gonna play this video here, because Potipto, this is from one of your colleagues. I want to play this, and then I'm going to translate it, and then I would like to know your opinion on this video and whether or not you agree with this video. So this is another person who's part of the Immortal Guard in occupied Iran. They're fighting the Islamic regime. They put out this message yesterday, and Armin translated it. So here we go. So he says, greetings to the great nation of Iran. So he's saying the number of murdered Iranians that they told you, 12,000 people, is completely wrong. It's the number is over 30,000 people who have been murdered by the Islamic regime. So he's saying, you know, we swear on the pure soil of Iran that those of you who are responsible for murdering our people, we're not going to negotiate with you, and there's no turning back now because you've murdered our people. This is from us. This is our message to you. There's no turning back because you have the blood of over 30,000 people on your hands. So he's like, I swear on, you know, like the God of Iran, like the, you know, basically like the, I swear on the soil of Iran type of thing, on the nation of Iran. I swear on the soil of Iran, we are going to deal with you in such a way that it's going to be written about in history. And then he says to those, you know, 10 to 15 million Iranians who are outside of Iran, we're thankful to you. We're grateful to you. You have helped us a lot. You've you know, worked very hard. We see what's happening in social media. We're aware of everything. We see everything. Thank you very much. In hopes of the day that we can embrace you when you return back to Iran. But he says, no mercy, no mercy. He says, we have started today. So he says, but mercy, no mercy. So he's addressing the murderers, right? The people who murdered over 30,000 Iranians. He's saying, from right now, we've started and we're going to upload and share those videos very soon.
دوستی ازتون میکنیم که در زندگیتون یه همچین مرگ تلخی رو تجربه نکرده باشید.
We're going to deal with you in such a way that you've never experienced before.
آینده ایران و مردم شریف ایران. جاوید شاه.
Then he says, long live Iran, long live the people of Iran, long live the king. Potipto, what are your thoughts on this video?
اول از همه گلی مسئله اینه که اگر دقت بکنی یک نراتیو، یک داستان داره از زبون چندین نفر که همدیگر رو نمیشناسن و چندین جای متفاوت هستن در میاد. این نشونه حقانیت موضوعیه که ما داریم بهش اشاره میکنیم. نشونه اینه که این ساخته شده نیست، ارکستریتد نیست. وقتی ما داریم یک سخن واحد رو از چندین آدم میشنویم که جای متفاوتی هستن و همدیگر رو ندیدن. پس این فایل ها و این صحبت ها که بیرون میاد، این اتفاق نظری که هست همون چیزیه که تو بطن جامعه هم در حال حاضر هست و ما از داخل ایران داریم اینو با گوشت و خونمون حس میکنیم. فقط مردم خارج باید بیشتر با ما الاین بشن و همجهت بشن، یعنی ذهنیت ما رو درک بکنن. الان من کامنت ها رو میخونم، خیلی ها احساس میکنن که حالا ما توی چه شرایط سخت هستیم، ولی مهم اینه که روحیه‌مون تو بیشترین حالت ممکنه.
Okay. الان ترجمه میکنم. الان ترجمه. So I'm just translating this and I'm going to pull up his response on ChatGPT for you guys. And guys, I know 2C TV starting. We're going to go to 2C TV as soon as he starts. Don't worry. Okay. So Potipto says, if you pay close attention, you'll notice there's a sequence, a narrative, a story that is emerging from the voices of many different people who do not hear each other, do not know each other, and are speaking from completely different places. This is a sign of the truth of what we are pointing to. It shows that this is not fabricated. It's not orchestrated. When we are hearing the same message from multiple individuals who are in different locations and have never met one another, that tells us something important. This file, this conversation that is coming out, and this shared understanding, it reflects exactly what currently exists within the heart of society itself. We are feeling this from inside Iran, in our flesh and blood. What's needed now is for people outside Iran to understand us more clearly and to align with us, to truly grasp our mindset and to truly grasp our mindset and where we are coming from. Then he says, I'm reading the comments right now. Many people feel that we are in a very difficult situation. And that's true. But this is the message that he wants to give you. Even though Iranians are in a very difficult situation, the important thing is that morale is at its highest possible level. Guys, this is what I've been telling you for the last 3 weeks. I'm like, yes, I mean, we're going through the worst massacre of Iranians since the terrorist Islamic dictatorship took over in 1979. Believe me, I know that. We see the numbers, we see the videos. But do you now understand why I focus less on like, you know, mourning the dead, and I focus more on sharing the positive. I focus more on showing how Iranians are fighting back, and no matter, you know, even though they're unarmed, guys, Iranians are some of the bravest people in the world, right? And so this is one of those Goldie was right moments. Remember, hashtag Goldie was right? I told you guys, I was like, sure, I mean, yes. And I said to you, there will be time to mourn our dead, mourn our murdered after the revolution. But right now we are in a war. This is not a funeral. This is a revolution. And the worst possible thing that we could do, is to like give up on the revolution or give in to the mainstream media, right? Because then every single person who lost their lives, that would have been in vain. right? And so the message from inside Iran is bepish, right? Bepish, keep on pushing, keep on bepishing, because morale has never been higher. Guys, people in Iran, I'm telling you, we can taste and feel and smell freedom. This is the final battle. And so what Iranians are telling you is don't feel sorry for us. There will be time after victory, there will be time for mourning. But right now, it's war. And Iranians are some of the bravest people in the world. And that's not me. That's Potipto saying that. He's saying the important thing is that morale, it's at its highest possible level. Right? Potipto, did you see my video with Marandi on Piers Morgan?
Almost everyone see that in Iran. Almost everybody know you're a rock star now in Iran, Goldie.
What did you guys think?
Responsible. Everyone is proud of you. In my family, everyone knows you and tell you, look at this girl. He's answering quite hard to these idiots. And I proudly say he's one of my friends.
سپاسگزار. بذار من حالا اینو به فارسی میگم، بعد شما میتونی فارسی جواب بدی میخوای. ولی ببین وقتی که اصلا اینو دیدم، ببین اصلا قرار نبود. Okay, wait. Look, you know what? I'll say this in English. But when I was on Piers Morgan, I didn't know that he was coming on. Okay, and then when he came on and then he started lying, okay, I was on my microphone and I was telling Piers Morgan's producers, I'm like, he's lying. Like this is a lie. And then I wasn't supposed to go on, but then Piers Morgan brought me on. So Piers Morgan is a hero because he gave me the opportunity to respond. And honestly, Potipto, like I had to hold myself back. چون که ببین تا دیدمش هرچی کلمه بد بود میخواستم بگم ولی به خودم گفتم نمیتونم فوش بدم. باید یه کمی I don't know. ولی انقدر یعنی تا دیدمش اصلا سرم داغ شد. گفتم این دیگه چیه که اومده. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm glad that people in Iran saw that because that was on behalf of all of you.
And a great thanks from all of us to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Goldie, some of the comments, I want to answer them if it's okay.
Yes, please go ahead. Whatever you want.
I'm scrolling through the comments and these comments are catching my eye. Somebody says our doctors and nurses are able to go house to house to attend wounded that are avoiding going to hospital. In fact, wounds are in a crisis situation. We have too many wounded people, but they can't go to hospital. But doctors and nurses, just in a few numbers, not total wounded people. They are already doing their best, but wounded people are so much than the doctors and nurses, then the logistics is limited. All we can do is hope for them to get what they needed as soon as possible. So somebody says, do you hear people, Savakzadeh says, do you hear people shouting Shah's name? Yeah, absolutely. As anytime it's possible, people, they express themselves with Javid Shahs and other slangs. Iradat.
Potipto's just reading the comments and answering some questions because Mahir Tusi is coming on in 15 minutes. So we're just giving Potipto the floor to answer whatever comments he wants to, and then in 15 minutes we're going to Tusi TV, and then Potipto is going to leave for now.
Okay. Do you need me for anything?
I mean, your pretty face, but I don't know.
Oh wow! Okay.
Your laughter, but no. Oh, actually, Potipto, I have a question. I have a quick question for you. Did you see when the TV was hacked?
Actually, I was right on that comment. Somebody said,
Okay.
did Potito get to see that Shah's on TV hack? Personally, I don't see that hack, but I've get messages from somewhere and other persons who already sees that and get motivated by that action. That was a great message to the regime people, because everybody in Iran doesn't see the IRGC television, but regime's personnel saw that, and that was a great message for them to understand.
Wow.
It was really good for defections, wasn't it? For Rizesh. Defection is, yeah. That was
ببین
very...
ببین آرمین جان، به غیر از اون بحث این بود که خب خانواده هایی هستن که میشن اطرافیان کسایی که حالا نیروی سرکوب هستن. وقتی اونا پیام شاه توی تلویزیون میبینن، اونا فشار بیشتری به حالا کسایی میارن که توی سیستم هستن.
Wow, you're right. He's saying, guys, like there are the family members of the people who are in the regime. When they saw the message of the Shah, those are the people who are going to pressure the man in the house who is like part of the regime to basically give up on what they're doing. Amazing. That's a good point.
Some people ask about my symbol, my icon symbol. It's actually it's a runic symbol. It's called Evas, and it's a symbol of immortality because it's Potipto's symbol. And okay, I want to answer
And that represents that does that represent the guard Javidan, the immortal guard?
ببین در واقع از قبل از این کانسپت من اینو استفاده می‌کردم، ولی خب با هم گره خوردن و خب خیلی برای خودم جالب بود.
So it predates that, but it fits very well. Okay.
Yeah. و خود پوتیپتو هم در واقع یک ترکیب یونیک، معنی خاصی نداره، فقط یه سری حرفو کنارم گذاشتم که هندل توی جای متفاوت ثابت باشه. یکی از دوستان در مورد اصفهان پرسیده، گفته میدونی وضعیت اصفهان چیه؟ وضعیت اکثر شهرها تقریبا هیچ فرقی با هم نداره. کار کاسبی‌ها خوابیده، مردم سعی میکنن کمتر با حکومت ارتباط داشته باشن و تا حد ممکن عزیزانشون رو دارن مراقبت میکنن. حالا توی هر موردی بخواید در نظر بگیرید تقریبا شبیه همه.
So somebody asked how's the situation in Isfahan, and he responded that Isfahan is basically like everywhere else. They're pretty much the same. It's quiet. They have shut down the stores. And آخرش چی گفتی؟ گفتی همه دارن از هم مراقبت میکنن؟
آره تقریبا دیگه اتحادی بین مردم به وجود اومده.
And there's a unity among people, and people are trying to take care of each other. Do you get the sense that everybody is ready for the next wave? Like everybody is like on standby, getting ready for the next attack to come into the streets?
ببین اگه در مورد حمله باشه که بله همه آمادن، ولی یه مقداری شک و تردید بین همه هست که آقا کی باید این کارو بکنیم، امروز یا فردا یا پس فردا. من فکر میکنم بیشتر باید به خود شرایط نگاه بکنیم، چون شرایط قابل پیش بینی نیست. شاید همین امشب حمله بکنن، ولی مسئله ای که هست مردم با هم قرار گذاشتن که به محض اینکه دست نیروی سرکوب ساقط بشه ما خیابون ها رو فرش بکنیم با پرچم شیر خورشید، یعنی یک جوری پرچم رو بیاریم توی خیابون که تمام دنیا پیامو بگیرن که ایران آزاد شده.
Wow, guys. So he's saying there is some doubt regarding when they need to come out. Okay, but there's a common understanding that as soon as the opportunity arrives, as soon as there's like even the smallest like weakness in the regime's ability to suppress, then they have to flood all the streets of Iran with an ocean of the flag, of the lion and sun flag. They need to come and dominate in a way that it becomes undeniable to the whole world that it's over. That's people's understanding, a united understanding. So the only doubt is like when this is going to be, but the agreement is that once we get the next opportunity, that's it.
ببینید این مسئله پرچم توی این حرکت گذشته، یعنی همین انقلابی که الان درش هستیم کلیدی ترین نکته بوده و داستان‌ها و اسطوره‌هایی از این حرکت مردم با پرچم بیرون اومده که شاید بشه باهاش قرنها داستان ساخت و افسانه‌های جدیدی ساخت. به عنوان مثال توی میدون رازی خرم‌آباد برای اینکه پرچم رو ببرن اون بالا، این توی جاهای متفاوتی هم تکرار شده. برای اینکه پرچم شیر و خورشید مردم آوردن بیرون و تک تیرانداز داشته کسی که پرچم رو حمله کرده میزده. چندین نفر من دارم که تیر خوردن کشته شدن همین الان در واقع بازمونده هستن، ولی پرچم رو اجازه نمیدادن بیفته و پرچم رو در آخر بردن روی مجسمه رازی گذاشتن که فیلمش رو همتون دیدین دیگه، الان یکی از عکسای سمبولیک شده و این اتفاق تو جای جای ایران رخ داده. یعنی جوونها، پیر و جوون، زن و مرد جون دادن که پرچم شیر و خورشید رو برگردونن به سر جاش. این مهمترین پیامی بود که انقلاب ما داشت.
He's saying that the flag, the lion and sun flag, is the key, has been turned into the key point in this revolution. And the stories that have the things that have happened in Iran for Iranian people to be able to raise the lion and sun flag, the legends that have been produced because of what they have done is enough to fill centuries worth of legends and stories for centuries to come. He's saying, for example, in Razi Square, there were snipers just shooting at anybody who was trying to raise the lion and sun flag on top of the statue. But the people there, even though they were being shot at, and he says he himself knows people who die because of raising the lion and sun flag. And he says that even though they were being shot at, they didn't let the flag fall, and eventually they were successful at raising the lion and sun flag on the Razi statue. But how are they going to flood there's not that many Iranians who have the lion and sun flag. Like, how could you flood the streets of Iran with the lion and sun flag if there's it's not like you could go and just buy it on Amazon or the equivalent of that in Iran. So how are you going to are people are just making it at home?
میدونی همونجوری که اولین بار درست شد ما سعی کردیم پرینتش بگیریم، سعی کردیم به روش‌های متفاوت چاپ روی پارچه بکنیم، ولی مسئله اینه که با کمترین امکانات مردم تا تونستن پرچم آماده کردن و الان هم دارن بیشتر آماده میکنن. یه نکته‌ای که تو همین مسیر میخواستم بگم، یکی از دوستای نزدیک خودم مثل برادر میمونه برام، با اسنایپر در واقع با تفنگ دراگانوف بهش 3 تا تیر زدن. تیر اول رو به قصد قلبش زدن که از دست چپش رد شد، 2 تا تیر دوم رو زدن، یکی به آشیل پاش خورد، یکی به دوقلوش و این آدم افتاده بود روی زمین و داشت خون میداد و روش گاز اشک‌آور میزدن که مردم نتونن بکشنش عقب. یعنی مردم می اومدن اینو میکشیدن عقب، دوباره عوض میکردن تیم بعدی، دوباره بعدی، تا ما اینو آوردیم رسوندیمش به جایی که حالا تونستیم تو حالت امن نگهش داریم. بعد از شدت خونریزی داشت میمرد که بعد تونستیم ببریمش بیمارستان خصوصی و جراحیش کنیم و بلافاصله دوباره از بیمارستان خصوصی آوردیمش بیرون. حالا در حال حاضر با درد و زخم بستر و عفونت داره در واقع دست و پنجه نرم میکنه. اما نکته مهم میدونید چیه؟ وقتی من باش صحبت کردم فقط یه موضوع رو به من گفت میدونی من احساس عذاب وجدان داشتم از اینکه برای ایران کاری نکردم. این حرفش منو در هم شکست. اینجوری بودم که این آدم جونش رو گذاشته کف دستش، ولی میگه احساس عذاب وجدان داشتم. همین الانم که اینترنت داره برمیگرده، یه سری اکانت‌ها دارن آنلاین میشن، میبینید که تو توییتر دارن میگن ما احساس میکنیم که نباید برمیگشتیم، ما احساس میکنیم که باید تو خیابون جون میدادیم. میخواستم بدونی که اینجوری ما یک دست شدیم توی این مسیر و اینو اصلا با هیچ چیزی شما نمیتونی از بین ببری، حتی اگر قرار باشه که ارتش چند برابر جمهوری اسلامی جلوی ما قرار بگیره.
Oh my God. Okay, so what he said is that one of his friends, when he was trying to raise the lion and sun flag, there was a sniper that basically shot at him 3 times. The first one, he was aiming for his heart and it hit his left hand, and then the he was shot with the sniper twice. One of them hit his heel. I don't know where. I forgot. I didn't write where the third one hit him. Ashilish Tegechi. So he was shot by a sniper in multiple places, and then when he was underground bleeding, when they went to try to help him to get him out of there, the regime forces were throwing tear gases so that they couldn't pull him out. And they managed to eventually pull him out, and they took him to a private hospital, and they fixed him up there. And right now, as we're speaking, he's dealing with his injuries from the sniper and infection. And he says that when he says that when he was talking to him, he was feeling guilty because he thought that he was not doing enough for the sake of Iran. And he says that broke him, because how could somebody who just was shot 3 times for Iran and he's dying and struggling with infections from his bullet injuries say that I'm not doing from Iran? So he says that broke me when I heard that. But there are many Iranians right now that feel guilty because they think that they shouldn't have gone home, that they should have just stayed into the streets and died in the streets. So many Iranians are feeling guilty that they went back home. But he says that this shows the amount of strength and the amount of unity the Iranian people have right now, and this is a force that cannot be destroyed, even if the Islamic Republic armies was bigger by multiple levels. They're not going to be able to destroy this amount of strength, this amount of resolve, this amount of determination that the Iranian people have.
I see another question in comment sections. Somebody asked me, when the evil government of Iran's gone, what is the first thing you will do with your family? Honestly, we all gonna just dance and hug our loved ones and kiss our loved one publicly in public streets for first time after long many years. This is the main thing that cross our mind right now.
Potipto, a lot of people are asking about the food and water situation. A lot of people want to know, what's the food and water situation like?
ببین نمیخوام بگم شرایط بحرانیه، ولی میخوام بگم شرایط از کنترل خارج شده است. یعنی شما as long as you have money at your pocket it's okay. ولی مثلا قفسه های هایپر مارکت های دولتی، نمیدونم مارکت های زنجیره‌ای تقریبا داره خالی میشه. حالا اگرم جایگزین بشه با قیمت های چند برابر جایگزین میشه.
So he's saying that Armin, do you want to translate?
Yeah, I think if I listen, he was talking about food supply running out, and there's like less food up on the shelters available. There's still some stores have food available, but they're running out. Is that did I get it right? Did I miss anything?
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Guys, I know you want Potipto to stay, but guys, he's been here for 6.5 hours. Okay, he's been here for 6.5 hours. He needs to get rest, and he's literally risking his life in occupied Iran fighting the fight. So we're gonna have to let him go. But Potipto, anytime you want to come back, you let us know. We've literally, Armin and I, we run this channel like 12 hours a day. And we're here to be your voice and to be the voice of people in occupied Iran. So, you're welcome to come back anytime. And, if you want, if you have the opportunity or the capability, you're welcome to join us again tomorrow. But maybe just a final message for everyone from inside Iran. What's like the last thing that you want people to know before we let you go get some rest?
First of all, I want to thank all of you because of the sympathy, because of the very, very warm messages I've given from you guys. That's very, very heartwarming for me and my fellow compatriots. And my last message to all the listeners is, this is our final battle. This not means the battle going to finish tomorrow or the day after. This is our final battle. That means we're going to fight until we win. It's no matter it takes months or years or any time. We just want to win. We just have to win, and we just take our country back because of the people who died in the street and the other people who losing their lives to this regime. So thank all of you guys. I will be back with you maybe tomorrow or other days, and it's my pleasure. It's my افتخار میکنم که در واقع در کنار شما هستم. خیلی ممنونم.
افتخار ما هست که شما در کنار ما هستی و اینجا کانال خودته، اینجا لایو استریم خودته. هر وقت که میخوای بیاین شما لینک لایو استریم رو دارین. You just come into the live stream, you have the link. This is your house. This is your channel. We're here for you, Potipto. We're here for you and everyone in Iran. So thank you so much. Please get some rest. پاینده ایران، جاوید شاه، درود به شرف شما.
مراقب خودت باش. آینده ایران به امثال شما احتیاج داره. لطفا مراقب خودت باش.
حتما ممنونم از شما و پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
جاوید شاه.
جاوید شاه. Okay, there you go, guys. So that was big shout out to Potipto. Literally, guys, literally risking his life. He's risking his life. He's using Starlink, right? He confirmed he's using Starlink because the Islamic dictatorship has shut down the internet because they don't want you to know the truth. But as you can see, Iranians are still fighting and the revolution is not over. And his main message was don't believe the mainstream media. Oh, Tusi's starting. All right, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Perfect timing.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has a new problem again. Yes, defections after defections. We've had a number of IRGC Basij members, we had police officers, we had the members of the armed forces, but now also members of the government themselves. Government officials are defecting to the Crown Prince's side. And we're going to get your reaction during the live show because there is a few things happening. Live ongoing developments. More US troops have now arrived in the Middle East outside the Iranian territory. We are waiting for USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, which we can't really track anymore because they have switched off the tracking system, the AIS. Now, let's talk about the latest. Of course, because of the difficulties with the internet connection, we are getting delayed videos over the last couple of days, the last few hours, some of them from 2 days ago. But we're going to give you guys all the updates because the mainstream media in the West want you to think that it's all over. But of course, it's not over. People are still fighting. We also have a number of messages, including one of our sources that we actually thought, unfortunately, something happened to him. He's back, and he has a very special message for all of you. And of course, a video statement from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. First things first, the fight back in the northwestern parts of Iran, in Azerbaijan, the province of Azerbaijan, continues over the last few days. And this video is from before. First, and then we're going to get your obviously give you guys the details of the defections. Oh, let's get the audio. There we go. This is in the province of Azerbaijan, northwestern part of the country. More videos are coming in, especially from the last few days, the last week, and it's been about 2 weeks since the regime and the media, global media, told us that the revolution has not been successful. Everybody's gone home, and more messages and more videos are coming in from the last few days. More messages coming that we can't give up. It's impossible to give up. Also, the regime have lost control of the streets. What they have is a few thousand of their Arab proxies who are controlling some of the aspects of Tehran and Mashhad and Isfahan. The rest of the country is empty when it comes to the regime forces. So there have also been, the reason for this is because a lot of the individuals are not following orders. Those who are actually Iranian as part of the Islamic regime. One of them was Javid Khalis. He refused to followed the orders, and he has now been executed by the regime themselves. The internal conflict at the top of the regime is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this before. We've had a number of uprisings in the past. This is on a whole new level, where their own people are now refusing to follow orders, and the regime have no other choice but to basically wipe them out and eliminate them, because it's extremely embarrassing. Because if more people find out, and they are finding out now, then obviously everybody's going to do the exact same thing. But we can also now confirm, verified by Iran International, that a serving official from the government, from Iran's interior ministry, has now defected, abandoned his post, following the call from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And he's now come out to urge President Trump to intervene against the Islamic Republic. There is a message, a video or audio message to Iran International from this government official, which we will show you in the next few minutes. But what is happening on the streets is the fascinating part. While people are out there fighting, protesting, of course, defending themselves, the proxies in small numbers are out. Don't forget, as far as we know, the official, well, unofficial numbers is that only over about 5,000 militants have been brought in from places like Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. 5,000-ish, maybe 10,000 maximum. That's all. That's all they have. So they have had to spread them around. Not enough of them are out on the streets, but they seem to be a little bit excited to be out in Iran. Watch this. So they're all like armed, controlling the hotspots in the capital and a few other cities. They don't care, obviously. These are the people who would, the moment they see an innocent person out on the streets, they will kill them. They are accompanied by the top figures of the IRGC's elite unit. So you have a few of the actual IRGC people there. The rest of them are the foreign mercenaries who we brought from Iraq and elsewhere. And it is fascinating that when 2CTV reported this, at this point, weeks ago, when they brought them out, just like everything else that we report, just because we do it before the mainstream media, the outrage around the world that 2CTV is reporting fake news, that are not our proxies, this is just nonsense, clickbait or whatever. Every single thing that we report, it gets then confirmed by the mainstream, and suddenly people believe it. I'm like, okay, so that's interesting. But we have to go through the same cycle every single time. Now, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has sent a direct video message to Ali Khamenei for the first time, sending him a massive warning. And he also went on Fox News to talk about the need for a military intervention, which is, of course, on its way. Let's quickly go to his video message with English subtitles.
خطاب من به علی خامنه‌ای، رهبر رژیم اشغالگر ایران است. تو یک جنایتکار ضد ایرانی هستی. نه شرافت داری، نه انسانیت. دستانت به خون ده‌ها هزار ایرانی آغشته است. به خون کودکان، جوانان، بیگناهان. تو، رژیمت و تمام مزدورانت برای هر قطره خونی که ریخته اید پاسخ خواهید داد، بدون استثنا. ما نه میبخشیم، نه فراموش میکنیم و نه عقب مینشینیم. همان گونه که جنایتکاران نازی در نورنبرگ محاکمه و مجازات شدند، تو و همدستانت نیز محاکمه و مجازات خواهید شد در دادگاه ملت ایران. پایان تو رسوایی است، ننگ ابدی. هیچ جنایتی بی پاسخ نمیماند. نام تو ثبت شده است، نام تمام آمران، عاملان و همدستانت. راه فراری نیست، جایی برای پنهان شدن نخواهید داشت. قاتلان مردم ایران هیچ مسئولیتی نخواهند داشت. و شما ملت بزرگ ایران، فرزندان شجاعم، خواهران و برادران داغدار اما استوارم. شما تنها نیستید. ایستادگی شما تاریخ را تغییر داده است. شما در خط مقدم آزادی ایستاده اید و ما از همیشه به پایان این رژیم نزدیکتریم. این رژیم ترک برداشته است. قدرتش فرسوده شده. سقوطش آغاز شده است. به خودتان ایمان داشته باشید. به اتحادتان، به شجاعتتان، به بزرگیتان. این رژیم دیگر نمیتواند ملت بیدار و برخاسته ما را خاموش کند. نمیتواند ترس را بر ایران حاکم کند. این رژیم از شما و قدرتتان میترسد. ما اجازه نمیدهیم اندوهمان به ناامیدی تبدیل شود. هم میهنانم، سوگ از دست دادن بهترین فرزندان ایران سنگین است. اما ما این سوگ را به خشم آگاهانه و اراده‌ای شکست ناپذیر علیه خامنه‌ای و همه عاملان داخلی و خارجیش تبدیل می‌کنیم. آماده باشید. لحظه بازگشت به خیابان فرا خواهد رسید. گسترده‌تر، قدرتمندتر، مصممتر از همیشه. برای فتح تهران، برای بازپسگیری ایران، ادامه این نبرد تا پیروزی نهایی نه فقط یک وظیفه ملی که عهدی است با جانباختگان راه آزادی و خون پاکشان. نامشان فراموش نخواهد شد، نه در تاریخ، نه در حافظه ملی، نه در قلب ما. آن روز دور نیست، روزی که با هم جشن بازپسگیری ایران را میگیریم و با سربلندی میگوییم ایستادیم، جنگیدیم و پیروز شدیم. پاینده ایران.
Now, apart from this incredibly powerful message, an extremely direct and robust address to not just the Iranian nation, but also the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, who is still in a bunker, like a true leader, of course, in hiding. The defections continue. A fresh wave of defections now inside the heart of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The problem with this is that they had to confirm this themselves, even though it's embarrassing. The reason they had to do it, and Channel 12 primarily reported this, was because they started to execute them, just like the guy I showed you earlier. So they had to mention that these guys have defected to say that they are the enemy. So executing those who defect is a lot easier than people who are protesting, for example, because those who defect are known as, well, you openly and publicly have taken the enemy's side, the Crown Prince, the US, Israel, whatever you want to think, right? So it's treason inside the Islamic Republic. So they are able to execute. So they have to confirm the defections, which is kind of ironic, considering that they always try not to embarrass themselves, but they've had to do it. But more videos are coming in. Show you some videos from Iran that are delayed, obviously, over the last couple of days. We're going to go to Karaj, near Tehran. Thousands chanting "Long live the King," and we're also going to go to our source in Iran, who disappeared for the past couple of weeks, but he's now back and he's alive. Let's quickly go to Karaj. Some people are finally getting access to the internet. They are sending their videos to people who have a Starlink, and they are now sending it to us, which is good. But the parliament in Iran, the fake parliament in Iran, have said something extraordinary, which is absolutely fascinating. But the Parliamentary National Security Commission has now said, get this, any attack on the Supreme Leader, on Khamenei, would amount to a declaration of war on the whole of the Muslim world. So my reaction was, don't threaten me with good times. So if this is a declaration of war on the whole of Islam, I'm in. I don't understand. Is this supposed to be a deterrence? Is it supposed to be repelling us? Well, if you attack us, you're attacking the whole of Islam. Yay, let's do it. There's been a lot of allies outside of the country. The Italian member of the European Parliament, another fake parliament, Isabel Tavaglieri, has done a video burning the photo of Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader. Let's quickly go to her. English subtitles.
Il popolo iraniano, dopo oltre 50 anni di regime estremo radicale islamico, si sta liberando con grande coraggio alla dittatura di Khamenei. Una rivolta pagata a carissimo prezzo. Migliaia di iraniani ed iraniani sono stati uccisi, brutalmente torturati, arrestati dalla repressione.
Arrested by the regime's repression. Women are on the front lines, removing their veil, a symbol of regime's inhuman repression and oppression.
Un gesto che in Iran può essere pagato a costo della vita.
Basta
una ciocca di capelli che esca dal velo per attirare l'attenzione della polizia morale e per subire una repressione addirittura che può essere pagata con la vita, come ha pagato esattamente Masha Amini.
It's important to mention that the European Parliament, who've had no other option but to jump on a bandwagon, not these individual MEPs. So there are a number of right-wing MEPs, including from Italy, from Sweden. We're going to go to a couple of others. The reality here is that the rest of the leadership of the European Union have realized they have to do something. They can't just sit back. It's gotten completely embarrassing because the liberal European leadership have abandoned and betrayed the Iranian people for the past 47 years. It's partly their fault, and they have to take some responsibility. Meanwhile, the Americans have arrived, more US troops. This is a statement from the US Central Command, or CENTCOM. A US Air Force F-50E Strike Eagle assigned to the 494, this is the squadron? Yeah, it is the fighter squadron, has now landed at a base in the Middle East. The F-15's presence enhances combat readiness and promotes regional security and stability. Now, more are still on their way. Now, USS Abraham Lincoln, this is the main point of this. USS Abraham Lincoln, as we reported earlier today, has now turned off its tracking system, the AIS. The last time we checked, well, they went past Malaysia and close to India. I believe they've gone past that-ish, almost there. So there should be about 4 days. Well, no, less. So it could be 3 days. 3 to 5 days away, which is extremely important. The whole of the US cavalry is on its way. US Navy, US Air Force, and many others. So while that's going on, the Crown Prince is not just sending out video statements. He's very proactive right now on the international media level. He went on Fox News and called for military action.
The president seems to have taken a move forward in terms of where he is on the idea of regime change. He said this to Politico over the weekend. He said, quote, "It's time to look for new leadership in Iran." It's further than he's gone before. How will that be taken in Iran by people who are rising up against the regime?
You know, John, everybody's talking about war. What is the first war going on? It's a war of the Islamic regime against its own people. We are at war with this regime. Now, defenseless, unarmed civilians have demonstrated in the last few days their total rejection of the regime. They took to the street, they chanted death to the dictator, they chanted that we want an end to this regime. In other words, it's way beyond protest. The response, massive massacre of our citizens. The regime utilizing military equipment from rifles to tanks to brutalize and and kill the people in an unprecedented way. And they continue to do that as we speak. They're in fact entering people's home, clobbering them. They have shot at the rooftops when people were chanting from the rooftops the last 2 days, ever since the internet disruption. So we are talking about an actual conflict. Now, I think the president was absolutely correct when he says there has to be a change of direction. And that's exactly what the Iranian people are asking.
But if the Iranian people now had the support of the president on that idea, will that encourage them to take to the streets in even greater numbers and put more pressure on the regime from within? Yes,
and I think that the decisive factor would be the instrument of repression that has been unleashed against our people is what is the ultimate obstacle to overcome. What changes the odds in favor of the people that can finally take over the system and push to a complete collapse depends on calculated strategic strikes against these institutions.
Those would be American strikes?
It would be, well, it could be an American strike, it could be Israeli strike, it could be whatever. The Iranian people now are looking as the cavalry coming, because we can only hold the fort up to a point.
Yep.
The cavalry can help us overcome the odds. Look, this is a regime so desperate that it has to import elements from Lebanon, from Afghanistan, from Iraq as instrument of repression, because they are running out of elements of their own doing the dirty job against them. This is what's at stake. So the regime right now is on its last leg. It's on the verge of collapse. It's going to attempt every other means to yet again survive. That's why a definitive strike is going to completely reverse the odds in favor of the nation and defenseless people. That's what we need in terms of tactical support.
They did not calculate this, the regime. Why do they think that if they just treat this uprising just like they treated the other uprisings, it might work? Every uprising, there should have been a lesson for the regime to learn. Oh, next time we should do that. And every uprising, there was something different. Compare 2022 with Mahsa Amini's uprising to the cost of living crisis protests in 2017, 2019. We had the situation in 2009 with the rigged election. Every time, there was something that was tiny different. And they used the same approach every single time. And they thought, well, it's going to work now. No, you shut down the country and you basically kept it closed and you told people everything's fine, but people can see that everything's still closed. So it's not fine. And your own forces are not following your orders. So you had to bring in a bunch of foreigners and Arabs. Yeah, it doesn't really send a good message that you're in charge right now. Now, going back to the European Parliament, the conservative Swedish Democrat, a member of the European Parliament, Charlie Weimers, also made a speech. Let's quickly go to Brussels.
As the courage of the Iranian people ignites the streets, the EU must match their fire with bold action. Declare the regime illegitimate now. Brand the IRGC as the terrorists that they are. Enforce sanctions on Iranian oil as stringently as those on Russian oil. Seize every regime asset in Europe. Cripple their internal networks and silence their propaganda machine. Shut down every Islamic Republic embassy on European soil. Turn them into relics of a dying dictatorship until the lion and sun flag can be raised. And while it's up to the Iranian people and not us to elect their leaders, I implore you, High Representative, to listen to the chants on the streets of Iran. Yavid Shah, long live the king, is what they chant all across the country. And it's time for you to invite the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to Brussels as the leader of the opposition that he is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President, Mr. Weimers, you just made a speech defending all of the different means for combating Iran. But that means you've got complicity with the Israeli bombs on Iran and also complicity with the attack that seems to be imminent from the USA and Israel. So the question for you is that, do you really believe that it's possible to build a democracy on the basis of bombs and military attacks and aggression on foreign countries? Is that really your idea of democracy?
I support targeted attacks against the IRGC leadership. Yes, I do. Why? Because it would take out the leadership of an organization that kills thousands and thousands of Iranians. So my question to you would be, why do you want to protect these murderers? Why don't you join us in condemning the Islamic regime and show the Iranian people as much compassion as you apparently show the Palestinian people? Why do you not care now?
Lesson of the day is it's probably best usually in life to not listen to communists from Portugal. So what an idiot. Now, we do have some good news in the middle of all this. We've had a number of our sources that disappeared over the last 2-3 weeks since the internet shutdown began in Iran. Some of them have been very proactive on social media until that point, but some of them are now getting access to the internet again, so that's good news. Cheshmabi is back. This is quite interesting. He finally got access earlier today, and he said, we thought that these people have been harmed, and I was really worried about their well-being. I don't understand how to find any of these guys, but he said, as someone who's currently in Iran, I say that the people of Iran have not been intimidated by this massacre and crime. Rather, they have become braver than ever, and everyone is waiting for another opportunity to finish off the Islamic Republic. The national anger that existed before these protests has now turned into national hatred for this regime. And everyone believes that the Islamic Republic will be overthrown. This is at this point resembles the final days of France before the initial revolution, when the Republic came. There was a lot of chaos, and the establishment in Paris was extremely robust against the revolutionaries. The revolutionaries had to go and regroup and find different ways to attack, and they found a way, and of course many other things happened. Of course, Paris fell. But Cheshmabi also says, based on my own observations, even now in all cities, the military rule persists, just like during the past protests. But there is no sign of the special units with batons in the main streets, but rather foreign mercenaries with faces completely covered and wearing uniforms of the IRGC, each of them holding Kalashnikov. That was a good way of saying Kalashnikov rifle loaded with plenty of combat ammunition. So the problem here is that when you look at the situation on the ground, they know that the Iranian people have started to hunt down the IRGC members, because they started to mark literally their houses outside their doors and on their walls so people know where they live and who they are. So the foreign mercenaries, the only way they can survive is to cover their faces. That's the fascinating part. They are terrified. And someone says, I am Portuguese, and that communist that talked in the European Parliament is pure trash. Yes, I know. By the way, he does not represent Portugal. For the record, he's a commie. Actually, his political party is in Portugal in elections of this year only got 1%. Oh, he could try again. It's okay. Everything's fine. So, going back to Cheshmabi, he also said, let me just say this and go. After the historic night of the 18th day, that's the Iranian calendar, which has been recorded in contemporary Iranian history, I can now confidently say that the Islamic Republic and Ali Khamenei are finished. Someone else said, yes, I am Portuguese too, and it's right. That guy is an idiot. Yeah, good. I'm glad the lovely Portuguese people are out to correct, set the record straight that not all of Portugal is commie like that weirdo. And so Friday was someone said, Susan, who doesn't know what's going on, says Tusi has been saying the US boat is 3 to 4 days away for at least 2 days. No, the day hasn't changed. It was always well, Friday, but between Friday and Sunday. It's Tuesday now. 3 to 2, 3 to. When did I ever say 3 to 4 days? Right now it's Tuesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that's kind of 3 days, but it's between 3 to 5 days Sunday, depending on the weather. That hasn't really changed. And the good thing about this is that the record is there. You can go on my X account. Oh yeah, at Maya2C, and you can literally see the last few days I've been giving the countdown, which is still Friday, the 23rd, 4th, 23rd, yeah. That's the estimate, by the way. So it's between Friday and Sunday. So no, the last 2 days I have not said 3 to 4 days. So calm down, dear. Anyway, new footage coming from the uprising, showing. This is the fascinating part. These are the videos that we're now just receiving from the last few days. The mercenaries are on their motorcycles, surrounded by the Iranians. You can see the bikes in the middle, right? People are on the sides of the road. They get to the middle, ambush, destroy the bikes, capture the mercenaries, done. They don't give an F. The Iranian people don't care. They know they have to. There is no other. It's called self-defense. There's no other option for them but to actually fight back for their country. And this is the reality on the ground. Now, are you the only channel on YouTube that starts on time? Yes, because we believe in punctuality. Also, I don't like. I've seen a lot of channels, new media channels on YouTube. They have this unhealthy attitude of being slightly retarded. You click on the live stream, you're like, oh, it's going live. It's not going live. The first 10 minutes is just nonsense. The first 10 minutes is just like an intro and a countdown. You have to just sit there. We're like, okay, but I thought it's going to start now. Why do you start it when you're not ready? Start the live stream when you're ready. You're weirdos. I don't understand this obsession. Anyway, okay. So Ivan says you might say that the RRGC is defective a little bit. By the way, the obsession with the countdown thing is primarily in Britain and in the US. I don't understand this. There's a few channels who are massive channels, by the way. They got millions. They got like 1 million or 2 million subscribers, and they're still obsessed with having like 10 minutes intro. You're not a traditional TV channel. The whole point of new media in the Netflix age is to be fast, be robust, be smooth, be ruthless, go live, report the news. Oh my God. And then they monitor the live chats and just, oh God. Yeah, someone says YouTubers are a cancer. Yeah. Most of the time, yes. It's just the whole point of this the whole new media is to be different. We might not agree on everything, but Javid Shah, I'm not taking the bait. I'm not taking the bait. Thank you for excellent reporting. Bless people of Iran for bravery against the evil regime. RIP to those past. USA is near. Javid Shah. Yes. Nick Fuentes' intro is nearly 2 hours. Yeah, but Nick Fuentes is a little bit insane. So is it actually 2 hours? I think I did click on one of his videos. It was quite long. See, what I like is Tim Pool. Tim Pool's intro, it's so not an intro that they go live on the Timcast podcast, and then he just stares in the camera for like 5 seconds. Then he says, hello. Maybe have a 5-second intro, Tim. Anyway, although they've kind of fixed that over the last few months, which is good. Now, going back. You all need Jesus, says autism musician. Thank you, Judith. And is China sending...
Okay, guys, he's not talking about me and Armin because, guys, me and Armin, we're not technically like media, right? We're not, no, I know, we're not media. We're more like political commentary, right? And we're not like, it's not like we do a 1 hour live where the first like 30 minutes is, just blank space or something. So, you know, the only reason that I have like the music and intro in the beginning is to just get people hyped up, because like, for example, if I'm starting my live stream at, I don't know, 11:30, you know, if I'm going live at 11:30, I'll start my live stream an hour before that, just so that I can play music, you know, get people hyped up and all that. So he's not talking about me, not at all whatsoever. And well, yeah, my intro is very long because, like, for example, if I plan on going live at 11, I'll start at 10, and then I put in the you know, in the banner below, I'm like, we're going live at, like, you know, this time. So people who tune in, they can see the banner and they know, okay, it's too early to come. So I actually have like a 50-minute intro. I have a 50-minute intro only because it's just there for people to, like, if people want to chat before the show starts. That's all it is. He's not referring to me. He's not referring to me. But guys, having said that, this particular live stream has now been going for 7 hours. 7 hours. So I've been live streaming for 7 hours. So I'm going to end the live stream and I'm going to restart it. And when I restart it, you are going to get that 45-minute intro, because after 7 hours of live streaming, I actually need that 45-minute intro to, you know, go get some food. I don't know, do some chores, run an errand. So it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. I could end the live stream and not restart until an hour from now, or I could restart right away and you guys can just chill to music until I'm back. There you go. So no. Tusi's not talking about me, guys. We love Tusi. Tusi's not referring to us because we're different. We're, you know, Armin and I are doing like the 12. So, but that's what it is. Like the 40, you know, 49, 50-minute music intro is just basically, it's just, that just gives me a break. So, all right. Okay, guys. So I'm going to end the live stream right now because Armin and I both need a break. We've been going for 7 hours, and I'm going to restart. With the you know, 50-minute intro, and I will see you guys at I'll see you guys in 40 minutes. I'll see you guys at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. That'll give me some time to eat and you know, make some phone calls. There. Oh no nap time. But there we go. All right, guys. We'll see you soon. Payanda Iran, Javid Shah.